Um, Реформи нова
supports us in educational reforms. Uh, Finland is a friend of Ukraine, so we congratulate Finland. Today is Saint Nicholas Day. Did you receive the presents? Anne Novosad told me that she didn't receive anything. Today is the presentation of our curriculum. So we are worried because this is the teamwork which we call the jazz team, jazz orchestra. It's a marvelous product. Today, uh, again, is the birthday of Mr. Kondryavtsev, Vice Minister. I will start from a very short story, how it happened, how it started, and what are our expectations. And then we will turn into our curriculum. Turning back to our history, I understand that this project should be successful. Saivet is a young organization. It dates for 1.5 years. We focus on the teenagers, and this is offsprings, and we teach them of civil management, civil education, how to allocate costs, finance, but this is as well about the essence of the education, because our kids they should have proper education. How it started? Anne met a business club initially, and they have the intention to something with the magnetic character. They communicated, and after that, Sergei Ivanovich met Oksen Lisovey, who wasn't the Minister of Education then, but we still discussed the project of upper secondary school, and we find out the general ground, but much we express our gratitude to our Finland side, FinChurch Aid project, which turned into 1,400 pages of educational pages. So we told them about our project, and we told them that we need 4 years, but we managed to do the project in 1 year. When we started the project, that was very much challengeable for us, because we understood that we work in the frames of as a modeling project of Zhytomyr City Council. But we wanted this product to be used in public for all people in our country. These are the programs which may be used in upper secondary school academic lyceum targeting in science. At the beginning, we asked Mr. Sheyan about the standard. Then he promised March. Then another month. Then we settled. And that was the correct decision, that let's give the teachers the possibility to have freedom. Let's not limit them with boundaries of programs. Let's have some experiment, and I think that was a very good synergy. This project, this year project, helped us to work out the standard which actually leads the educational institutions. I wouldn't like to take time because much is in the essence of the program which is to be discussed, and we will discuss many things, the problems which appear. I would like to explain you what is curriculum. Curriculum, what kind of word is it in Ukraine? There is the standard, educational standard, model program, for example, teaching program, and curriculum is the complex of programs of assessment of educational process. That's why we used this word. Some people do not like foreign words in the Ukrainian language, but we didn't find another word but curriculum. So, before starting our discussion, I would like to propose to come here some very important people, and I would like to ask Anna Novosad, who is the co-founder of charity foundation SAIVD. Good morning. Mr. Oksan is to be present here, but then yesterday I learned that he moved to Mykolaiv. With the president is not here, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't have fruitful discussion. So we have some points which I would like to announce before we started. Why do it as a charitable? We work very much in the communities which were devastated in the war period, which were occupied, and now they survived and they built up their possibilities, especially in Mykolaiv. But it has only a partial sense, a partial influence if we work with soft. This work is not so much noticeable what was then and what it turned up. Only in 10 years, in 20 years, when we have the results that the 15 years old kids managed to do much more. Secondly, Olenka told about those who actually contributed much into the project. And the first role is Lilia Hrinevich. Lilia Mikhailivna Hrinevich was the Minister of Education and Science 2016-2019. She used to be a minister, so she worked this project in the committee because anything started from something, and it's absolutely different view on the system of science, and generally this is the turn in the philosophy of the upper secondary education. And she turned out to be a right person who started the right policy. And this is the truth. Second person and one who contributed much is Serhiy Sukhomlin, the mayor of Zhytomyr. Because he contributed much as the founder of the educational institutions in Zhytomyr. And what is presented here is the feedback for the need, which was a tremendous one. So it is very much right to accentuate on the roles of the people who move the project. Who was the next? Let me think. You're right. The third point was when you like by somebody, when you receive likes, when you show the school which was devastated, and now you show the school claiming that now it's okay, now it's renovated. But we faced very bad facts in our foundation because people like when you are presented something, but people do not like when you are asked to change your behavior, to be to have another motivation. I have no additional optimism that everything will turn up good, as the Ukrainian reality shows that it is complicated to launch such because of the severe criticism for those people who do not want to change something in their life and change the behavior. So this project is 50-50. It has the possibility to be developed in future, but that's why this is the perspectiveness of project. We 60 authors from different directions, different fields of knowledge. So I think that all of you are of the tremendous effort. 60 authors of the curriculum, and this is what you have in your hands. Thank you. And the last what I ask to tell you, we have a great friend here of our foundation. It's Zhenya Yanovich. I would like to express my gratitude. And he is a moderator today of our discussion, and he turned the interest to education. Thank you, Zhenya. As Anya told us, the second important person here is Serhiy Ivanovich, is the mayor of Zhytomyr city. Good morning to everybody. I am very happy to be here, but I am a bit afraid. Anya told right things that then perhaps are complicated. We see it while communicated with parents. But we need to go on. We need to proceed. So people from the war. Renovate. We should renovate things which are ruined. We should have transformation, quick transformation. We should work on Lyceum. This is how Ukraine may be renovated. I remember how we were lost. The 25th Lyceum was devastated, and like to have it renovated again and to give the possibility to the kids to have the education. So the decisions should be of quality. And then I addressed to Oksan Lisovay, and he served as a soldier near Kharkov. And Anna appeared, and she was motivated that she became a driver of this process. And the very persons who started to do right things. Why I would like to express my gratitude to Olena, for example, to Lilia Mikhailovna, to Anya, who did, to Patricia, for their assistance in the project. I think we did a great step towards, which is to be evaluated by parents, not even by kids. 10 or 20 years, we have fruitful results. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Sergey. And Ms. Patricia Moroshak, the director of Finn Office Church 8. Dear participants, thank you for being here. We have the 7 years of educational reforms. So we go on to our aim. We try to create the educational environment which focuses on the skills of implementing the knowledge into life. Today's realia need effective approaches. These approaches may be taken from the international experience. Finland is known for quality education. FCA is very happy to have the information in Ukrainian process via including the expert mission into Ukrainian expertise. Together with it, we understand that the modern science, the modern education is very important for the future of our country. I would like to gratitude to the Ministry of Education and Science for their openness, for their willing to become better. I would like to express my gratitude to our partners from SAED for their inspiration to create innovative projects for upper secondary school. We are proud of. So I would like to express my gratitude to Zhytomyr's Council for their readiness pilot the projects, educational projects, which may implement in future into the civil process. Thank you very much. I am very much grateful for Ukrainian language. It was marvelous. Thank you. Dear friends, before starting sharing the experience, to discuss what kind of reform about, what are the challenges when we realize something. So I am very happy to ask to come Zhenya Yanovich, who is a friend of ours, who originates from Zhytomyr city. Thanks to Zhenya, we gathered 1.5 million hryvnias in Mykolaiv, in Snegurivka. Hanna Novosad, the co-founder of Charitable Foundation. Yevhen Kudryavtsev, Minister of Education in Ukraine. Ilya Hrinevich, the Vice Rector of Kyiv University of Hrynchenko. Sorry, Sergey. Patricia Moroshak, Finn Church 8 Foundation. Sofia Grigorenko, the chief person who is the student of the Lyceum from Zhytomyr. Sergei Hopachenko, the director of the Lyceum from Chernihiv. Zhenya, take the floor. You actually you were to the dates. 2 days were spent for gathering money. Everybody. not a standard beginning, but I think that everybody knows that the reform started in 2016. Ms. Lilia, it's very important in all the forums for you to understand that I am ready. Internally ready. From 2025 we plan the pilot project, but for this we should have the standard, the state standard manuals, we should have books, and to communicate ideas properly. If with the standard, with the state standard, everything is okay and it is in the civil discussion, one discussion is finished actually, so modeling programs are already finished, and it's very cool. Today we will discuss this fact in detail. Showed on sides. There was a logo here. You're welcome. That was the logo of Zhytomyr city. Why Zhytomyr city? Because in 2022, I will use proper words. Because 25th Lyceum was ruined, and Safe Bet, with collaboration with the Zhytomyr Council, decided to renovate the Lyceum and to do the pilot project on the basis of the 25 Lyceum. That's why I am from Zhytomyr, and it turned up that Zhytomyrites who know about me, they learned that I will moderate the discussion, and the kids and the parents have many questions today. So I told them that the mayor will be here. We have a very important question. It's Lesia Ukrainki Street 61. You may find me there. You are mayor of Zhytomyr city. It's okay. The 4th of March, 25 of March, it was devastated. You promised renovate and rebuild. Yes, that were your promises. Is it correct that you actually promised to enlarge the area to 1260 meters? Yes. And the parents actually were so much, again, initially devastated that they told that people do not want to hear them. Because initially the communication was that we renovate the 25th school, but now it turned up that they work on the project only of upper secondary school. That's why we ask, what about the second part of the school? You say a nice thing today, but there are some problems people address me, even me. So I would like to ask you right now, will the 25th school will be renovated? The parents write me in direct, ask questions. I know that the process is very complicated, and so we are speaking about this territory. It's not so much pleasant question, but I know that you are willing and you so much to renovate, but I would like to learn what will be with the 25th school, because a year ago you promised that it will be totally renovated. The communication suffers, yes. We have such question. The last communication, the last meeting was in August, as far as I remember, in Zhytomyr City Hall. There were more than 100 people, and we show how we communicate with the Portugal Architectural Bureau, who actually managed to take this project, and we show the documentation which was filled up, and two parts, architectural parts, will be there. The first one will be the upper secondary, some kitchens, some gyms. So we are to do things in complex, and it's absolutely the truth. We showed the presentations to the parents. Some people do not want to hear it. Why? Because when we say that we would like to give absolutely different program, so people ask, first of all, rebuild the walls, but do not touch us. Yes, partially it is correct, but when people appeal to courts to stop reconstructions, well, it's okay. But when we say that we would like to do something absolutely new for children, and we tell about the future of this program. We tell that the courses of English will be free of charge. So we managed with Finland, with Estonia, with Portugal, with the teachers, with the management, to observe the future project. Different school, different project. That's why I ask the teachers who will join the courses of English. Only 12 people raise the hands. And this is the truth. We wouldn't like to change, right, something in our nature. We can only change the walls. We can only introduce computers and no more. Thank you. This is the answer. You are a very good politician because I don't understand the answer. So I would like to reiterate you. I would like to reiterate. I am a very good politician and you are a very good journalist. So please feel the number that partially the project with the Portugal Bureau, we are to rebuild two departments, partially lyceum and partially schools. Both directions are covered in the session of our city. Because we lack area. Now it is enlarged. As far as I understood, this renovation will be a parallel, right? No. Sorry, the Portugal Bureau takes the project as the object. Thank you. Thank you.
Now my conscience is clear because I had to pick it through. The first question will be then to a schoolgirl from Gymnasium 24, and she's like, where am I? What's happening here? Actually, I would like to speak to Sophia from some small steps. We are all adults. We understand we develop curricula, but it's better to be inside and actually to understand everything. When I was in 10th, 11th form, I wanted to get as fast as possible home to go to the computer club. And now, Sophia, how do you see the upper secondary school in Ukraine? What actually is your insight since you are the participant? Actually, we've already spoken through this. My upper school, what I see, it's actually different from the one that is actually now. We have to have the majoring subject. Our students already choose even earlier what they want to major in. They think about it. So first of all, we need to have profiling of the subjects. And I also need to say that I not only do I see school as the space for studying, but also for development. We are not going to concentrate that it's going to be only subjects and go home. In my opinion, this Lyceum, the new one, has to have some additional classes like dances, basketball, volleyball, and there also has to be space to develop children like arts and crafts or something else which is connected with art. It's very important for a child to know school only to go to school to study, and that's it. I also would like to say that the upper secondary school has to have to give some internship at some universities or maybe with something that you want to devote your life in the future. For us, the students, it's important to see and to feel it on ourselves and to be able to practice. And this is actually something that is very important, more practice. And of COVID, because of this remote studying, because of full-scale invasion, we didn't have an opportunity to have practice like chemistry or physics, because everything was done remotely. But in my opinion, it's crucially important. And I also think that the kids have to elect some courses that they are interested in. There could be some new subjects as well, so as not to overload them. The kids still have to take exams and getting to the university, you have to take the exams. And we have to understand that kids have to be interested by some new studies like psychology, religion studies, arts. Kids need to have a possibility to elect what they are interested in. And also I would like to add that school has to have some spaces for relaxation, like a relax zone, where they can actually have relaxation according to their likes. If a child likes calmness, they can actually get all together there. And also another good idea is not actually have these classes, but double classes, 1.5 hour plus a break. It can be taken from a higher school. So far, thank you. You actually described something where I would like to work in. You described such an interesting hub. I know that in practice, in we already have these double classes. You mentioned practice, internship somewhere where you would like to work in the future. How actually you made your first money? Did you actually do that? No, because you are very good at speaking. Write speeches to somebody, maybe to me. Will we can give a round of applause. That's a great vision. I would like to ask Lilia now. It seems that you is a godmother, so to say, of this reform. Actually, this is what we actually say. We need to find a godfather, and you can communicate between yourselves. I actually wanted to ask, you launched the reform, and I would be interested to say, did you have the clear overall vision of it, or did you actually do something from scratch and you actually got to the point where we are now? Thank you. First of all, thank you for such a compliment and determination. First of all, I would like to say what is important for me is to articulate that behind the idea of the reform of the school is not only me. There are a lot of people, the team of people, who actually invested their efforts, health, art. They continue to work, so they work at the standard. So the concept actually started with a team of people, and not only those people who were at power. I was the minister actually then, and the peculiarity of this reform is actually it's not that somebody up there came up with the idea of the reform that everybody has to implement afterwards. This reform actually came from the Open University of Maidan, and we discussed it with different layers of people, with representatives of students, students from schools, teachers. I'm proud that this reform is designed in such a way to address the designing of the future Ukraine. At that time, we actually thought what Ukraine will be like in the future. The thing is that if we graduate from school that reflects the society that we have now, the one that we want to change, we have to think that we will teach them in such a way that we were taught we won't be able to build a new Ukraine, a new country. So when we see it, the overall vision, as you asked, actually my vision is quite different from the one it was in 2016, because now we are experiencing the war, and today I actually spoke about this notion of reloading. The educational policy has to go back all the time and take into consideration different challenges that we have. And if we speak about today, current vision, how is it different from the one then? It's interesting that some elements of this vision now, the one that were actually discussed, now they are taken quite well. For example, upper secondary school has to take 3 years. Everybody was like, "Oh, really? We have to be at school one more year?" At that time, you would be at the university for 1 year already. So, what we speak about in Europe. 11 years are left in 3 countries: Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. And this 3 year upper secondary school gives the possibilities, time, and opportunities, what we spoke about, that the graduates dream about. There are three principal differences of the upper secondary school. First of all, we speak about young people from 16 to 18. Want to motivate them to study, they have to have choice, and this is the key word. A young person needs to have choice because they already have their own thoughts and ideas. So what is important here? How to provide this choice? And it is a very crucial discussion between academicians. Does it have to be rigid? You take what you take, and these are the subjects, or do we actually have compulsory subjects, for example, Ukrainian or something else, or mathematics for life? These are compulsory ones. But also, there are some profound, detailed subjects. For example, you want to have mathematics in the future, and then you get mathematics in detail. And the third part is actually to develop your personality as you want. Thank you, because actually the vision coincides here. So the problem for Zhytomyr Lyceum is that their ambition is actually to execute it within 2 years. That means that within 2 years it has to be done. You found out about 2027, and it's only starting from 2027 we actually get into the upper secondary school. But we have to have the pilot experiment up to 100 lyceums in Ukraine are going to get until 2025, and Zhytomyr Lyceum will be invited to it. Second peculiarity of the upper secondary school, it's not only academic competencies, but also soft skills. Because now, when we research now for the career, for resilience of a person in life, these skills take 85% of being successful, and compared to hard skills, hard academic skills. I'm not surprised when asked, when we speak about it with the students, what else would you like to study? And they very often call psychology as another subject. Even if our generation thought about such issues of this resilience up to 30, but these young people now, under these conditions, with this pressure from war, of whatever is happening in this changeable world, they think about it, and we have to give it within school. And the third important thing is to reveal their talents and their future professional aptitude. And it can be actually done for a certain time. And I would like to address Zhytomyr mayor, and I also would like to address the deputy of the council, Zubko Lyudmila. I believe that these ambitions that are stated in the curriculum that is here, I really would like to say that it is a very well elaborated work. It can be executed only within a full day for 2 years. And here, the seniors at school, they say it's not only about lessons. We speak about this very day when these elements can be executed in a interesting way for the second part of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Lilia. School is also for subjects. Everything else, I agree. Soft skills are very important. When we were young, we asked where we can get this Pythagorean theorem, but our mathematics teacher actually gave it in such a way that I actually got in such a way that it was good. So Yevgen has a birthday. He came here to us on his birthday, and congratulations to him. According to the new one, we have Mykolai holiday. And on the previous work, almost everyone called me Mykola. I got it. Zhenya, I wanted to ask you, the Ministry of Science and Education of Ukraine now, the reform is being done, as Lilia said, about new challenges. Your ministry now, does it actually use the achievements of the previous except for one that cannot be said, actually two of them. In alternative world, there is a panel, a discussion where I speak to Tabachnik and Shkarlet. Are we online? Yes. I wanted to ask, do you actually get the achievements from the previous ministers, or did you actually change something in a way? First of all, I would like to thank everyone and welcome everyone. And here, if we get a rating, who knows much about the school, we have so many professionals here. I would be in this rating in the low end. Actually, we continue the achievements with Grinevich, Novosad ministers, and for us, the factor that shows that in such a synergy we are doing right now. First of all, in the Ukrainian history, the Ministry of Education has counselors from the previous ministry. This is probably the first time in such a time we analyze all the errors that we took. So Lilia said about reload, and this is the principle that we are actually working now. I've been also performing at international platforms. The Minister of Science comes and then speaks about this platform, and then it stops. Ukraine is in such a state that reform is ongoing. There are always reassessments, reevaluations, changes. But the example about the synergy, we are going to speak about the curriculum that is going to appear after the state standard is approved. I know about it, but all the people that are in the team and what is happening, they are in such a synergy that we can actually speak about this curriculum within the discussion of it, and actually the values that we have are shared by everybody. The challenges that we have in the state, in the ministry, is actually to address the challenges of the war. It changed a lot of circumstances. We have psychosocial support for the children. It's going to change drastically because the kids will react differently about this load of subjects. Even changing an elective, changing a subject could be quite pressurized for a child. Will it be rigid? Will I be able to change it in the course of my studying? And will the upper secondary school make actually these changes in the future possible? This is something that we actually discuss now for the last month. It's actually about the child. And this is the value that we put into all reforms. It's about personality, a child, teachers. We put them into the center. What do they actually get for them? That's the right of choice, freedom, possibility to realize themselves. We will have 1 million children who will compare what they will have in Ukraine to what they had or have in other countries of the world. We have a unique chance to have diversity in society on one page with our citizens, because millions of Ukrainians will have the same values that are formed in Europe, and we hope that they will speak the same language. And this is the answer, what the program will be. Will I be able to actually realize myself? Will there be this reaction of the children? Will they see this Zhytomyr Lyceum 25 if actually it will be done in the same way? Let me boast. The first scandal, public scandal, was while protecting and defending Zhytomyr Lyceum 25. In the comments, I protected the creation of a new curriculum, and it was revisiting of Zhytomyr Lyceum. So the upper secondary school, for me, it's actually how do we want to build the society? What kind of kids there will be? How creative, innovative there will be? How responsible they will be? It will be formed through the competences in this upper secondary school. Yeah, we also have the challenges for war. The shelters, buses, 1.9 children study either in hybrid or online. It's quite a big challenge for us to get them back to normal studies. And it will be the factor that will challenge us. It's still a big step forward. We work with the World Bank to support the high school. We also work with other donors because local funds will not be enough, and we do that in the same synergy with those who commented, who worked at it, and able to do that. An awesome result for the system of education in Ukraine. Thank you, Zhenya. Thank you for what you about this scandal in Facebook. Everybody experienced it. How horrible it was. It was actually about how many people you blocked. I didn't. You know, you're not experienced, but I was blocked. Does it count? Yes, it does. Anya, I would like to ask you. First of all, you Save Ed, you work at a reconstruction of access of children to education. So you actually speak about upper school, and that's actually we got to know each other. So you have high upper school, and you get the priority for you. Why did you want to do it? Why is it so connected to take over this profile? In our fund, we have an ambitious fund to actually be like a charity fund called Повернись живим. Let me call you Taras. That's the founder of the Повернись живим fund. And Повернись живим, they actually buy wires, tanks, but they also make veteran schools, and it's unavoidable when you want to get systematic changes. When every 10th school is ruined by Russians, so this is a very critical issue when we want to make schools in shelters or in palaces of cultures. It's actually hope that you actually very difficult to measure, and for donors we need to show that actually, but it's quite difficult. But as PISA shows, Ukraine does not invest enough into education yet, so as to get to the medium OECD level. Without software, it's not possible. PISA and Anders Schleiter, the founder, he said that the quality of education won't be higher than the level of the teacher. So it's very critical for us. Lydia also mentioned how the high school has to be built. Why is it critical? You know why Saint Nicholas didn't bring anything to me? Because you live alone. Yes, and I live alone. Actually, my parents actually kicked me out of home, and I live alone ever since I was 14. I come from a Vinnytsia village, and my proactive mother actually kicked me out to live on my own to Lyceum. At that moment, it was like elite school, not like actually a part of education. So in normal education system, it's just a normal way to study. So yesterday PISA results showed that we regress. So the standards that when I was 15, probably it was much better than globally. And people like me at 15, there are hundreds of thousands. And if we look at the number of kids who left Ukraine, usually we speak about teenagers, it's about big cities, small cities, villages. The kids go back. In my case, there are 20,000 people. It's critical to improve their quality of education without making it possible for making these schools bigger, using the transportation, activating resources, enlarging, maybe a better word, localizing all the resources in bigger schools, for example, transporting from different villages. I don't know how we can actually rectify the system. When I was a minister at that time, I went to regions, especially near the border regions. We went to Grebichin, near Russia. There was one student at school. He didn't have a physics or mathematics teacher, and everybody said it was okay. So Lyceum is actually the opportunity for us that the kids from villages, at the expense of transportation or boarding schools, get a better education, namely, former Lyceum can become this uniting point for kids from Zhytomyr region. It can be a big answer why we are doing that. Without software, we cannot do that. And kids, 15, 16-year-olds, I believe that this is the category that we have to retain them here, because they are weighted everywhere. Czech Republic, Poland. If we don't do anything, honestly, I don't know who will stay here. Great, Anna. Thank you so much. I am sad after your speech, so you can make some jokes. I think that everything will be okay, but not. If we cosplay Chmut, it will be worse, but we will find the best in it. Patricia, I would like to ask you, because honestly, for a second, I believe that when I was a resident of Finland, I would have a FinChurch aid fund. Would I invest into educational projects in a country which is in war? Why do you think it's worth doing?
I think, first of all, the reason that FCA is interested in this kind of investment in Ukraine is because this is our business. We believe in the importance of education in every country in the world, in Finland, in Ukraine, in countries in Africa. Education is a key factor in improving people's life and abilities. In Ukraine specifically, the education system, despite almost 2 years of war, is functioning. It continues to function. This is an incredible credit to the country and to the people of Ukraine. And I think what's happening in Ukraine is that war, as we've all learned over the past 2 years, is a catalyst for change. It also speeds up ideas, thoughts, changes that were already in progress. So what we're seeing from our partners in the Ministry of Education, but also in organizations, civil society organizations like Save Ed, is that they are taking this opportunity, one that nobody asked for, but that has occurred anyways, and using it to promote change that was already happening, to speed it up, to make the country even more successful than it already is, and to help it move towards its European future, which is where the future of Ukraine is, as we all know. So I think for partners like FCA, this is not an idea that the reform of the Ukrainian education system is not one that we're imposing on Ukrainians. It's one that's coming from within, and our role is to support and to provide the expertise that you need in a partnership, and that's what we're most proud of.
Пані Патрицію, дякую величезно. І по тому, що сказала пані Патриція, я хотів би виділити те, що насправді те, що нам допомагають, це в тому числі і заслуга людей, які просять цю допомогу і шукають методи, як їх знайти. Тому що дуже важливо, що є люди, які стукаються, і хтось
Because it's very important that they are answered. So thank you very much for your approach. And I would like to shift to the question to Mr. Taras, who is the head of, master of the school,
Чернігові вже, так би мовити,
school in Chernihiv. As far as I understood, there is the network of schools in Chernihiv, and you are the motivator. You are Christopher Columbus. You are Vespucci of educational process. In Zhytomyr, it's understandable. We know much about it, but Christopher Columbus are you. So it is very much interesting for me how you get ready for this. What was made, and do you feel the changes? Do you to tackle it? Thank you for this question. I would like to say something. That we understood we shouldn't have the primary school. All the schools have to do it. It's understandable that the changes actually are provided for 2027. We will have only 7-9 grades. Today is the modern term synergy. So the Ministry of Education, the inhabitants of Chernihiv city, they feel much as to the sensitive question of how to split two types of education, primary and secondary. If not to communicate it from the beginning, we may expect problems. I would like to say thank you to our mayor and to Ministry of Education that they participated in general communication. For sure, there were much mistakes and we communicate many important things, but this school will be advanced. How it is that the school is advanced, that it is the school of upper secondary education. The TV broadcasting supported the project, they explained it, and at the session of City Council there were events that advertise it. There were many laborers, the people who understood what's going on, and all the micro regions were covered. The civil people were explained that two schools were involved which actually took the first primary school, the first grades, and it means that what we are speaking about, the reaction of parents, I don't think that they will react badly. It is complicated to convince somebody, but we were to convince, and we did much, a great work. When we explained that we will have only upper secondary school and the last grades, it was complicated because step by step we were to think how to move ahead from gymnasium. So we were ready for the 1st September 2024 to become lyceum. But not only legally, not only in legal terms as a special
буде переходити за законом України про освіту.
but the question is that we were to support, to promote the law. It should be simultaneously. We shouldn't do it parallelly like it was in Chernivtsi to change one school for another. We are to think about the kids, about schoolmates, for them to finish SEAM, to make the society calm. And we are to explain the society that you are to come to our upper secondary school, which will be organized. And these steps, this advertisement, this communication with parents, the things which... So, from the 1st of September, the clarity appears. Sometimes people are to speak unpleasant things, but we have found the common ground. This is the most important thing, to find the common ground, especially in the upper secondary school, from the point of view of psychology, from the point of view of physiology. That's why this presentation is a great project. Thank you to Save Ed and to people which actually are in. The project will advertise our approach. Thank you very much. Great. Mr. Sergey, this is about the experience we had. We have a kind of discommunication, and it was very much complicated to work during the conditions in pre-war period of time when people didn't understand that they are attacked from different sides, and we had to find the explanation to understand that I am for Zhytomyr approach in education, and this communication is needed for parents when you speak who is working in the region. How is it possible not to accompany my kid in 2 minutes to school? My parents go to the school, and when people understand that something has changed, this part of communication is very important. No mic, no mic. Generally, I actually finished such technical university in Zhytomyr. Mr. Vasil, in 2029, how does your first school start? When the student of the 12th grade will take in hands the female student. This is how it will look like in the upper secondary school. That it will be a very pleasant moment. Probably it will be a very pleasant holiday, the first day of education. The first day of education. I don't know about timing. Do I have some minutes? Yes, I have 15 minutes. Very good. Because when we speak about upper secondary school, how good is it that education is splitted? Because while communicating with my colleagues, I understand how it happened with me, that being 17 years old, I wasn't formed enough, and I didn't understand where I become. I'm majoring in IT. It happened so. So I thought that it's great, upper secondary school. This is a kind of a small step. Another year is added to for us to understand much. But then you understand that in 10th grade you are to take your majoring, your specialization, to find out your qualification. Probably I misunderstood something. Am I right? Switch on the microphone. I would like to say that it is complicated to speak about additional age. We can't speak about the conception. This is something different from the first grade, and as professional education we should start from the first steps. starting from the 5th grade, and in 5th school they have in 5th grade they have their own approaches. So we speak not about majoring, about profile. We are to think about the new philosophy of school. This is not our experience of 11th grade education. We used to have something different, and we should understand it. And we should think that the bachelor's education then will be absolutely different. 3 years. Nobody adds years. That will be just different process. At the university, the student, yes. They will have their basic education up to the 10th grade. When you are your qualification, your profile, your major, in new system which we are trying to build, we will make more small profiles when you come at 10th grade, and you will complete your program in 3 years. No, it's different. Our standard is a bit different. It's the high upper secondary school. This is the comprehensive education which consists of different subjects, and a person should think upon the diagnostics of your capabilities, as to find out your natural way. What do you like the best? How can you express yourself in your best ways? So the 12th grade will be the deeper level for you to develop your skills which you are going to promote in future. This is how it looks like. Bachelor system is different when it is connected to the 12th year's education. We have the experience of 3 years, but in some specialities they will have 4 years. But in Anglo-Saxon system, they have 3 and 4 years of bachelor's program. So we are not speaking about GCM, but it may become a pilot project, and I hope you join this program, which will start from 2025, when the module testing system will start, and when the students will take the credits, the right quantity of credits in mathematics or physics, they can start doing with the second course. So, because a part of modules they have already covered during their educational process. This is the flexible mechanism, how it works. When a person is ready, can analyze his examples, his experience, and move ahead. Thank you. I would like to add, I think just about it, that Russian attacks actually influence much, especially the psychology of our students, and we have many kids abroad, and thousands of parents understand what is the 11th grade education in Czechia and in Germany. They have difference because you need 1 year. So people tell, please go and gain this year of study. We understand that we are keeping back in comparison with European systems, understanding their experience of those who immigrate from Ukraine. And some more comments today. The authors of curriculum will present their work and will you won't see there dead ends. There are no dead ends because the student of the 10th form still understand that we are speaking about free sciences, that we are flexible. This is the most important. And the third point, which I would like to reiterate, that this is one of the biggest educational a part of the process, about the biggest one of the biggest Ukrainian educational projects, because many students do not understand what do they want to do, what do they want to do, and they are in two minds. They shuttle between their ideas, and they are trying to find out the way from the dead ends, especially in 10 and 11 grades. So they are trying to choose this year and the possibility of 3 years education. This is the future perspective to become a further choice, to become a part of the further choice. Sophia, do you understand what is your direction? Do you understand in what way you are moving? What is your model? Yes, I know for sure. I'm planning journalism and public relations. I think you will manage. I think you will manage. I hope. Definitely, I hope. But I remember whom I would like to be during a 10 years kid. I understand that you are more competent, but out of your group, how many students understand that he will become a good politician, for example? I can't say for sure that everybody is settled, but the kids understand in what direction they are moving because they see their bias. My classmate understands, for example, what is her major, but they didn't to pick up the specialty. But to finalize it, I have the last question, because we speak about kids, about the system, about format, but the most important are the people who implemented the link. The link is the teacher, the teachers. We do much, but what about the teachers of upper secondary school? How will the teachers staff? Who will educate? So are there the same teachers of the 5th and 10th form of the past? In my idea is that the teachers should have the will to teach, and it doesn't matter do we speak about 10 or 11 grade, but the most important is that them to be interested in their subject and to know the methodology, how to teach, because this is the cooperation of teacher and student. The most important is the will of the teacher to teach and the student to understand. It's a very good vision. How can we see the teachers of the high profiles? As the result of visas showed, we have different approaches in our teachers. They gain different results. And I think this is the biggest approach is the teacher here, because teacher is the methodology, how to work with the adult students, because students would like to be in their own shoes and to find out their own way, to be free in their choice. They have projects, they have plans. This is not just to recreate information. This is the most serious step one can even imagine. One should be very much motivated socially. Social status of the teacher, of the people have their attitude to the teacher. This is reflected in the state policy. I very much hope that the promises which I see from my internal side, that still they have serious intentions to make their salaries upper, especially in the upper secondary schools. Those teachers should have a bigger salary, because this is a higher level of education, and I hope that the 12th year, when a year will lack teachers, because some of the teachers from the different part of education will move to upper secondary school. That's why when we speak about the portrait of the teacher of upper secondary school, we should understand that it is complicated way. This is the upper social level and higher qualification. Mr. Vasil, yes, I have something to say. Yes, I think we have the lack of teachers. Ukraine feels the lack of teachers. We understand that this is a problem. The situation with salary is not okay, because the job of the teacher, in my opinion, should be prestigious one. We do not mix the egg and because these are different things. The situation is critical. At the university, they should target on the staff, the teacher staff. This is not because I criticize universities. Universities are far from the reality when they trying to make licensing, when they trying to become, one can become dead actually. We will wait up to the end of our life when they finish with their licensing. It is a challenge to bring up such teacher, to educate such teacher. For example, to bring up a teacher of science. Where is such teacher? He will go along with curriculum, and we are thinking about 5 years of development. So the question is, if we take, for example, the hen or the egg, otherwise it will be a serious problem to find out a teacher, as it is in Germany, when they start to think about forestry man and they can't find out a person. So the same is with the teacher of music, for example, who is inexperienced. The most important is not to have catastrophe here. So either we go ahead with the teacher or we will stop and we don't move. Yes, sometimes we are speaking about changing the qualification, but the salary is small, the staff is limited. This is only one teacher goes to school. Others, 4 graduates change their specialty. It should be different. Thank you very much. I remember when I was in hostel, when I used to live in hostel, and Lydia Ivanovna come to change our rooms. Before she comes, we actually try to make bed, we try to cover something with something, but when she noticed something, everything was moved away, and there is a mess in the room. All things are scattered around. This is what Mr. Vasil explained us right now, and it turned out that If we come to details, that will be like in our room, our students' room. So I would like the synchronization of processes to be perfect, and I would like to say thank you to the participants, to Ms. Novosad, to Patricia Marusiak, to Vasil Hopachenko, and a person who will proceed with the discussion, who would like to let Sofia Grigorenko. Thank you to everybody. Olenka, please go ahead. Sorry. Thank you for the participants who took part in the discussion. Secondly, according to our schedule, we have a half-hour break, and I have to announce something. First of all, there are thick booklets behind, and they are called curriculum. We do not spread them right now. Why? Because before they didn't receive licensing. This license, we think about it, and we think about our results, about the experience. They can be reviewed, then can be browsed, but these full-fledged programs will come after licensing. And the gray manual, which I entitled as manuals, you will find general concepts. This is for general public. This is first announcement. So please return the books. And the second announcement, we have 30 minutes break. Our coffee and our snacks are along the walls. So use your time in cooperation with each other. In 12 we will return, and we will start from what the essence of Lyceum is and why it is important. Have a nice break.
Друзі, починаємо за хвилинку.
We are Dear friends, the first 2 hours of this morning we devoted to some general but still important things that we cannot move along. And during the next hour, we are going to speak about more precise and concrete things. The elaborations that we worked at, the strategic group worked at it, worked at the mission, vision of the Lyceum, and for sure about the patterns of the programs and the curriculum that needs to be implemented. When we started the project, we had a concrete goal and the idea. So the goal of this project was actually to create the concept and strategy of Lyceum and elaborate within the concept the new curriculum where this Lyceum will be working. But the most important thing and the huge idea about it is actually that it will be implemented throughout Ukraine. Especially for those people in Ukraine. We had a special timeline, and it was an adventurous ride, actually, and we started from January when the memorandum was signed from Zhytomyr City Council, Finchurch 8, Save It, and starting from January we did strategic meetings with all the people who were interested in the fate of the Lyceum. These are founders, teachers of the Lyceum, the students. They are the main actors in this theater. In March and April, we did training of the directional leaders. We actually also had the team foundation at that very time. And when the curricula were made, we organized training for them, both from domestic and international experts like from Finland, from University of Helsinki, and Canadian experts, and for 2 months they were trained of the directions. Training is a very important constituent. In April, we started to discuss what kind of curriculum should it be. We actually had some visions until we actually went to Finland. So we went there and we were quite skeptical whether we'll do everything we had planned. But this trip overturned everything. In Finland we saw that it's possible to make that many curricula. How many children there are in the Lyceum. 700 children, that means that 700 curricula can be created. We were sad, actually, but we were glad for Finland, though. Our reality is that we do not have enough teachers, don't have enough money. We are under full-scale invasion, and some things there are. Finland also didn't do that at once. There was a certain movement towards it, but we still saw how this Lyceums works, and actually we concentrated mostly at the upper secondary school, and actually this selection for the children has to be who actually gets into lyceums and professional colleges. There's another issue that we have to concurrently work colleges and to make these colleges be trendy. It's a very important thing, actually. As far as I know, we have only 12 graduates of school, 12% graduates of school who go to these vet schools. In Finland, it's up to 40%. So it was a cold shower to us. We looked at what kind of curricula they have to be, and starting from March towards October, we were creating that. So it's still a quite very high pace. Ideally, it takes about 2 or 3 hours, but we don't have that time. We have to move faster. And concurrently with curriculum elaboration, we also worked at some untypical solutions for schools. Here they are called business processes, but we mean about communication strategy, HR policies, system of learning, training, and development of teachers, without which it won't be possible. We also worked at branding and naming of the Lyceum. I will talk about it later. In August, we also did something. Harri Poka, the Finnish expert who was a principal of school for many years, he gave the idea to us. He made a writing camp, suggested to make a writing camp for us, and to get all the developers under one roof. And that was actually one of the most surprising and interesting thing I've ever seen in synergy. So these people worked together at this. They didn't think about who will get more hours. Everybody had to get these win-win solutions. If we hadn't done this camp, we wouldn't have had this curricula and everything. So we finished all these elaborations. And it's not a full stop, it's a parenthesis, and there's a lot of work to do. According to our timeline, it will take more time, like creating methodological materials, textbooks, training of the teachers, also hiring new teachers, piloting of the program. I'm looking at Mr. Vasil and Chernihiv City Lyceum. We would like to start this piloting, and we hope that when the 25th Lyceum is rebuilt, we'll be able at least to work with them in a piloting solution. And also about the future Lyceum we had been working. It's a local context. We'll speak about it later, about the pan-Ukrainian context as well. together with our strategic group that worked for first 3 months, we had elaborated the vision. Without this vision, it's impossible to move on and to create curricula. So this is an institution of education for profiled education. So basically, it's not humanitarian or art lyceum. It's scientific, mathematical direction, but we still have some tricky story there. It actually was not created right away, and humanitarian direction is also important there, and we actually wanted to have a very narrow product. We said at that time that Zhytomyr is famous for its astronautics work. We know the elaborator of the rockets, and later, where will these graduates end up in? What can Ukraine suggest to them? Will they go to Elon Musk? So it's about the local needs. It's about what the city needs. We elaborated 4 directions how the Lyceum is going to work. So that's liberal science, medicine and biotechnological sciences and ecology, information technologies, engineering, designing, material work. I will elaborate about it later, but now let's continue about the Lyceum. It's a boarding Lyceum of the full day. It means that the students are used. It's actually adults. We won't call them kids, but students. They don't have access to good education in their small villages or towns, and they can actually come to this Lyceum from any place in Ukraine. The doors are open to any students. If it's a boarding Lyceum, the dormitory has to be there. There also have to be the apartments for the teachers, and in order to make this format happen, we'll also need additional financing, because the state allocation is not enough for sure. So it's about 800 students altogether. It's about Lyceum, not the school, and about 100 teachers. Instead of classes, we will have flows. We'll get away from ABCD classes, and it's actually nowhere in the world. So the school also needs to be with something, have its own face. A big focus was made on the project and doing research. It's about science that Ina Domina will speak about. She's the leader of this very work. It seems that there is nothing in project work telling it's a revolutionary. But let's be honest, how many schools implement project activities? I know just a few. There are not that many. It's also a modular principle of education. It's not about everything. It's about defense of Ukraine, which is very important. And this very course can be learned in the fields, when for a week you can go somewhere. Normally it's 1 or 2 hours per week. It's not enough. The deeper immersion is needed, or Ukrainian literature and language. Nastya will tell more about it. It's also professional orientation program and system of development of soft skills. It's about well-being of a person that we also elaborated it, which is also important as those academical courses we are going to speak about. That's also mentorship, which is introduced in private schools. They have bigger resource, but it's still needed for these teenagers, these adults from 15 to 18-year-olds. Without it, you don't know where to move, where to look for some support. Volunteering is also a compulsory work, 80 compulsory hours per year. As Zhenya said, we in Pisa yesterday there was also... Okay, we can continue. In case of air alert, we will go down to our work. We can continue downstairs. So volunteering is something that was pretty much inferior to Ukrainian system of education, but that's in vain, because you can get compromises, get ways to settle problems. It's a very big and important soft skill constituent, and also internship in local companies. There has to be a designated teacher that has to take over for this. In Ukrainian companies, for example, we cannot actually have to get into the employment roster. So we thought about it as a dream model, but in order to execute it, we need to get something changes happen. Otherwise, it won't work. Another one is partnerships and exchanges with schools and institutions of the world. When we started this, we spoke to NASA, CERN, and when it gets to practical, we'll actually start these exchanges abroad. What is important? The Lyceum is part of the educational and scientific space of Zhytomyr. I see that most people from Zhytomyr are on my left. This Lyceum is in the center of the city. 150 square meters is the library, which has to be transformed to the community. Also cinema Zhovten, that has to become the interactive space for science, like it is in Kiev, a place for experiments and topics of labs. Also there's a 25th gymnasium with a lyceum, and about network is Polisa University, State University of Zhytomyr, where the students, we think, also will have training. When we speak about the Lyceum reference, that is not only physical work, but you can actually use the infrastructure of the stadium. You can go and visit the university at open lectures. There's also a swimming pool that you can visit. So infrastructure is quite favorable. The next part I would like to present and ask our colleague, Professor Katerina Molodetska. She is the one, together with Kyiv-Mogila Business School, under mentorship of Alexander Savruk, rector of Kyiv-Mogila Business School, developed the strategy of this educational institution and where it's supposed to move. You have 10 minutes. It's a pleasure that we speak so much about Zhytomyr, and I will continue because this is the city I really love. So the work at Vision and Mission was done a lot. We had something to argue about. There were also some questions to ask each other. It's also about understanding the city, what it's supposed to be, about rethinking of its past. So this presentation needs to start from Zhytomyr. Volodymyr Shevchuk from so the it takes centuries to form the cities. So when we thought about the identity of Zhytomyr city that has to be taken into consideration about the vision of the Lyceum, it took us a lot from the history of our city. So let me get to a vision. So this is actually the educational environment in which the students, in synergy with educational community, get to know the world through research and realization of projects. They open their potential by choosing individual education. So this is about a student who doesn't want to be the IT guy, but who wants to pursue liberal arts. It's also an educational institution focused on creating the preconditions for the harmonious development of a person who identifies with the community, is aware of his or her subjectivity, and is able to be an agent of change in the community, country, and the world. If our students have good training, they will be free to continue their training. There are no guarantees that they will stay in the city or in the country, unfortunately, but this globalization, and we cannot avoid it. What do we have to do? So our task to make everything that the graduates finish their studies with Zhytomyr in their heart, and when they are successful, they need to remember where they studied and supported the city and the institution that they actually got their education from, and that's very important for us. Lyceum is the core of an open educational and scientific cluster of the community, which creates new opportunities for learning and research, promoting the development of modern knowledge and innovation. We understand that we lack the driver to make the youth interested in technologies, so as they have the space to get to know the science, to think about this research, who they are. A mission to create a motivating environment that will ensure that students acquire knowledge, acquire the ability to learn throughout their lives, encourage them to engage in project activities that will promote the development of practical skills, critical and creative thinking, the ability to work in a team, conduct a discussion, and argue their own opinions. To promote socialization, development of subjectivity, which involves a harmonious combination of individual freedom, self-awareness, and tolerance of unity in diversity. And here we have a very important context of the city, because Zhytomyr is a multicultural city. It's a city with religious diversity. If you don't know, it's one of the 15 Lutheran churches in Zhytomyr. Besides it, there is a synagogue. There are also a lot of Orthodox churches. That testifies that our city is bright, and it testifies that Zhytomyr always found the way out, and we want this actually to be our goal, so as our students also find a way to communicate with us, to form an awareness in intersubjectivity, which will become a prerequisite for the student social activity as a carrier of civic virtues. Zhytomyr city is one of the 15 cities of Great Lithuania who got Magdeburg law. That means that the city residents were able to influence what was happening in the community. And in the same way, we want our students to foster the mechanisms through uniting with friends, familiar people change the face of the city. Intersubjectivity. I would like to speak more about it. What do we understand about it? It's the unity of ideas, experience on the level of the community, state, and the nation. The subject is a carrier of the virtues of the community involved in joint activities with a clear awareness of individual self-awareness and freedom. The graduates, first of all, understand who they are, and they correctly define who they interact with, who these people are, what their wishes are, but understanding themselves is about constructive interaction, ability to find mutual ground, ability to agree and get what they want. So the values, it's openness to interaction with partners and the community, science, academical integrity, atmosphere of freedom and partnership, innovation, work, competitiveness for teachers and students, sustainable development in profession for the teachers. It's very important because without teachers training and developing, nothing is possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katya. The object we will discuss next will connect with any lyceum, which can be located in any location, in any city of Ukraine. And this local context we start from, it's very important because this is the way we take, and everybody should follow this way. Every upper secondary school should proceed. What kind of students we would like to see, what we should take from them, what is file, what direction we take. These are the questions we should answer. And we will move ahead with our programs. And next I will shift to general context and to general logic of the curriculum. We had 8 branches. We call them directions, by the way. But in standard terminology, we have branches. This is the well-being of people, of human Ukrainian and foreign literature, language, foreign language English. Focus is on quality teaching of English. To provide in-depth analysis is not our case, but English is in focus. Sciences, natural sciences, mathematics, combinatory approach shouldn't be here. This is something, a mistake, a misprint. Probably we should introduce this branch, but we don't have this branch. We have only 8 directions we follow. So what was an important thing for us? We try to imagine who is the target client, which students go to study in Science Lyceum. We intentionally project the picture of the future student. We had a meeting with the minister, then Oksana Lisovay, and students and teachers, and we discussed the way they were to choose likes, dislikes. So Oksana appeared, Sofia, Temur. These are just the students, the real students, not mythic. First of all, we get acquainted with Oksana. Oksana likes, fond of chemistry and biology. She has some interest in philosophy and history. She doesn't want to become a doctor, but she is thinking about investigating criminal journalism. She would like to proceed with science, but she would like to have the focus on humanitarian sciences, because this is her likes. That's why, starting with the Lyceum, she chooses free sciences, but the necessary subjects, there are some light subjects, light mathematics. Then there is the integrated course of sciences, there's philosophy and arts, and from menu some additional courses from media, from journalism. Then Bogdan is a fan of biology and with this nature of things studies. He doesn't imagine whom he will be. Probably he will become a doctor, or probably he will hunt white bears. Who knows? He has much time to think upon and to pick up his things in life, but he chooses the biology and medicine because he is in depth in courses like biology, some necessary courses, physiology, microbiology is a must for him. But additional, he starts with arts because he thinks it accompany his activity. He is nice, but what about the teachers who will teach him biology, sciences, biochemistry? This is a topical question about the teacher, right? But I would like to reiterate that we are speaking about experts with narrow spheres of knowledge. It's a practice in developed countries which show the best results. So for Bogdan to get the list of the disciplines he would like, first of all, it is important to work with training the teachers, with a new form of cooperation, with a new form of salaries, for them to proceed in profession. The next is Sofia. Sofia is fond of innovations. She is majoring in mathematics. She has already had her model of startup. She is very ambitious. She picked up informational technologies. She has in-depth course from algebra and geometry. In contrast to other students, she picked up IT and web design, and additionally up to identity, psychology, and management. IT is a cup of tea. And Timur Timur started doing construction in the kindergarten. He would like, he is ambitious. He would like to do military system of safety, of air safety. He picked up a special kamikaze aspect. He is very talented both in mathematics and in science, and this direction provides the limitations with the picking up the best subject. But the students are in their own shoes to pick up the beloved subject. So we are speaking about integrated courses. So he studies chemistry, modeling, composition, and engineer sciences. Additionally, he picked up the history of architecture and some additional course in scripts. To understand what the student likes, one should have to assist him to move in a proper direction. So Ira Blushakova will proceed speaking about it, who actually started thinking about it. So what do we have? We have the individual vector of different students according to 4 vectors they actually picked up at the beginning. All of them have the same set of needed courses, like Ukrainian language. These courses are taught at the same level. There is no splitting that Oksana will take something and Bogdan will do different things. They study language at the same level. This is literature, by the way. We do not propose to study them differently. This is history. This is integrated course. This is Ukraine in the world context, and we actually ask to go away from the general directions. This is English, which is enriched and which is to be studied at different levels, and this is the well-being of a person with soft skills oriented. They have the general spine, which is the obliged way of studying. These are additionally they study mathematics, integrated course of science, then philosophy, politology, and sociology. This direction is called free direction. In the biomedicine we include biology, light mathematics, but in-depth study of chemistry. In informational sciences, IT, we have algebra, geometry, in-depth studies. But as to science, it is a light and integrated way. And also we have IT, and the focus is on IT. And the last direction is engineering and material qualities. It's algebra, physics, chemistry, and biology. Light biology is included will include it in her presentation. So, and there are some additional subjects. So we have obligatory subjects, but we have some limited subjects. What can it be as to limited subjects? This is the language of advertisements. as in Bogdan case, this is neurobiology, for example, and genetics. In the IT, it's a very narrow history, like front end designing, and English in IT, for example, and engineering and physics. This is additionally subjects which are connected with it. So we have subjects to pick up, and the students may pick up the course he or she likes and accompany the vector he or she choose. Besides, there are things which make us happy. These things motivate us to move ahead and to create something. This is the list, very long list of courses. There are more than 200 of them in our curriculum, and they are included in a gray manual. So from the description of profile, from their mental vector, what are the directions we are speaking about? There are 4 profiles. The first one is civil sciences. Here, students will have the integrated science subjects. Probably they have the possibility to go in depth with the analysis of lingual and literature analysis, then historical and philosophy component. These are the future representative of scientific specialities, which I would like to stress here. This is the kind of integration of humanitarian approach to sciences. Besides, we speak about medicine and biology. It's understandable, but I would like to reiterate more here. The students get acquainted with the modern approaches in medicine and biotechnologies. They learn in depth anatomy and physiology. These are the students who would like to be future doctors. Biochemistry and genetics. They get acquainted with the new researches in biotechnology. So this is a very interesting direction. There is much practice in it, and it is principle for us to get away from theory and to think about something special, what students can do in lab conditions. So this direction gives us the possibility to view the specialities connected with the medicine, for example, biotechnology. The third direction is IT technologies. Katya doesn't like it, but I know it. But, well, she thinks that good IT specialists should have much mathematics. But communication is matters here, and how to use theory matters as well. Then IT safety is very important. So they are to study mathematics, IT technologies, in-depth English, because we can't do without English. And for sure they are to get acquainted with different languages of programming, of software design, because software design needs to study English in 3-4 years. Everybody should know the language of soft design, because in resume we hear that working in Excel and Word. Okay, you are the specialist Microsoft Office, but everybody can do it. So we should go ahead. Then construction, the next direction. the students study mathematics in this field, then geometry, algebra. They go in depth with biology, with chemistry. This direction is important for the specialists, especially in engineering. And in the world, this direction is well developed. And Inna will speak about it in details, and Mr. Klitschko as well put a focus on it. As we have already seen, there are 4 components. We propose to do the splitting of the disciplines for the students. They are for sure important for all the directions, but it can be 3, 4, or 5 directions. We are speaking about this Lyceum. Compulsory component is in the directions. It's a very important thing as well. Again, they have the components which are free to be choose, and the third element is the element of interests. So let's speak about timing, because timing matters, especially for teachers and vice directors, deputy masters, and so on. It's not easy, because we are speaking about facts, about digits. But you can't imagine how many dialogues we had. We will start from the 10th grade. It is the shiftable one. It helps us to understand how to open the subject, because the students come to the Lyceum from different schools of the city, and they had different experience of teaching. You should understand it. And we know perfectly well they love subjects differently, and much depends upon the teacher who taught you at school, right? That's why the first semester in the 10th form gives possibility to reopen the subjects, to go in depth the subject, and to understand whether it is your cup of tea. If it is your cup of tea, you may proceed with it in the first semester in the 10th grade. And this is the table, by the way, you may have a look at it. We are speaking about first semester. They have 3 hours of Ukrainian language, and these 3 hours actually work for 3 years. This is in situations we are in. This is on the level of teacher's competence. So we can't go less than 3 hours, and we can't go less than 2 hours in Ukrainian literature, because we can't do anyway. We wouldn't receive any results if we have less hours. It's an hour more than it was in the standard. The quantity of subjects is enlarged. All the 3 years they study English on the level 5 hours a week. This is minimum. We enlarge the quantity of English hours up to 5. I wouldn't like to focus on the necessity of learning English. It's understandable that from 11 years the students learning English, and it's understandable we should change the approaches to the language, because this is weapon. If the students would like to learn more than 5 hours, they have this possibility, because they have the way of picking up, the freedom in picking up. It is topical for the sciences, because the focus on the students which will do with literary field, and they may again add the narrow subjects, speaking in terms of English. And the last subject, which is topical here and homogeneously, it is integrated history of Ukraine and the history of wealth as one integrated course, holistic course. This is the basis. This is minimum we should have. You know, you have a task to plan something in timing, but if you start asking questions what to get rid of, Ukrainian, is it not important? Yes, it is important. Okay, history, shall we limit ourselves in history hours? No, it's important. History is very important. English, no, but you know, English should be enlarged. And then you understand that we have 36 hours a week, which we have. It's very, very less resource. Yes, students are very much loaded, but when you start to pick up it is, especially in the context where Ukraine is, we understand that we have catastrophic limitation with hours. So we should go more than 22 subjects. It can do more than 10 subjects, which we plan to do. What is obligatory in components? This is the civil education, which we lack in the 10th grade and which is available in 11th form. This is the well-being of a person, but I would like to draw your attention to the fact that in the 10th form they have 2 hours. We have designated 2 hours a week for this course, and we have career orientation here, professionalism, sexual education, financial education, psychological support. Everything is about this direction. So this direction is step by step limited in 11th form, especially it's 1 hour in 12, but it doesn't mean that we get rid of everything. No, the student may pick up the module he or she is interested in. This is the protection of Ukraine, the safety of Ukraine, 2 hours in 10th and 11th grade. But as I already put it, we asked them to have a practical approach to it. We introduced medical assistance. It's Kiev, right? Okay, friends, let's go to the shelter, and we will proceed in the shelter. Max, you will again tell the people how to go to the shelters. Please follow to the Max to the shelters. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to -2. It's parking -2, and you will see us. Let's go to the elevator. And there is another one in the downstairs.
Краще візьміть, бо там все-таки паркінг і там не сильно опалюється, м'яко кажучи.
Раз, два. О, працює. Чудово. Тут ще й така акустика хороша. А буде в нас далі трансляція продовжуватись, чи ще не знаємо? Мгм. Макс, а що буде, якщо там зараз прийдуть і теж будуть говорити? Там ніхто не прийде.
У них немає мікрофона.
Добре. Та вони подивляться, що ми тут говоримо, передумають. А інтернету тут, до речі, немає, так що ми не дізнаємось, що там. Забирали. Раз, два. Оцей? Клікаємо. Да, клікаємо. Так, ну що, друзі, продовжуємо. 17 хвилин у нас вкрали часу, але ми спробуємо його надолужити. Зупинилася я на добробуті людини, на першій домедичній допомозі. Так? Наступний з обов'язкових для всіх напрямів компонентів – це інформаційні технології, але вони є обов'язковими тільки в 10 класі. Тобто 11 і 12 клас вони будуть в межах обраного напряму як обов'язкові тільки для тих, хто вивчає, хто обрав собі цей напрям інформаційних технологій. Ну, по-хорошому, базові знання з IT студенти мали би отримати до закінчення базової школи і в 10 класі. Географія. Також як обов'язкова дисципліна 1 година на тиждень в 10 класі. Далі є ряд курсів, які пов'язані з географією, за вибором. Мистецтво. Також 1 година обов'язкова в 10 класі. Але є також чимала кількість курсів за вибором з мистецтва, які студенти можуть обирати. І фізична культура – це така священна корова, яку ніхто ніколи не чіпає і навіть не вносить її як години, та вона поза межами години де. Ну, насправді це вкрай важливий предмет, безумовно, але знову ж таки підходи до його викладання потрібно кардинально змінювати. Далі. Я зупинюся на першому семестрі 10 класу. Це ті предмети, які є обов'язковими тільки в першому семестрі 10 класу, якраз таки з тією метою, аби перевідкрити їх. Алгебра і початки аналізу 3 години на тиждень для всіх 4 напрямів. Геометрія 2 години на тиждень для всіх 4 напрямів. Тільки один семестр 10 класу. Біологія та екологія 2 години, фізика 2 години, астрономія 1 година і хімія також 2 години. Всього це 34 години, це те навантаження, яке є в 10 класі. І це такий достатньо семестр, який насичений обов'язковими предметами, але ми сподіваємося, що його буде достатньо для того, аби зрозуміти, куди ж уже рухатися з другого семестру 10 класу і яку траєкторію, який напрям обирати. В першому семестрі 10 класу передбачена потужна робота з профорієнтації, робота з психологами, з менторами, аби той шлях, який учні оберуть, був правильним. Вони мають змогу, за нашою концепцією, після другого семестру 10 класу змінити напрям. Тобто, в них є, по суті, рік на те, щоб визначитися. Один раз після першого семестру 10 класу, вдруге після другого семестру 10 класу, в разі, якщо вони таки вирішують, що це не те. Але ми не передбачаємо можливості зміни напряму в 11 і 12 класі. Точніше, ми її передбачаємо, але як виняток, а не як правило. Ну, тому що неможливо всі 3 роки бігати з одного на інше і все-таки не знати, чим ти хочеш, зрештою, займатися. Так. Далі я буду розповідати про ті години, які передбачені в межах кожного з 4 напрямів. У напрямі вільні науки, серед обов'язкових освітніх компонентів у межах обраного напряму, в другому семестрі 10 класу, а також в 11 і 12 класі є всього 3 години на математику. На природничі науки – це 4 години в другому семестрі 10 класу, 4 години в другому семестрі, весь 11 клас, але це інтегрований курс. І його вже немає в 12 класі. То в 12-му весь цикл предметів природничої галузі для напряму вільні науки перестає вивчатися, утім вони знову ж таки можуть обирати окремі дисципліни як предмети за вибором. У них є 4 обов'язкові предмети, яких немає більше ні в яких галузях. Напрямах. Це філософія, її немає в 10 класі, але є по годині в 11-12 класі. Це основа і база, яку вони отримують для того, аби далі могти якісно вивчати предмети. Це соціологія, якої також немає в 10 класі, але де є година в 11, година в 12 класі. Це політологія, яка з'являється в 12 класі. І це світова художня культура, якої теж немає в 10 класі, але є по годині в 11 і 12 класі. Наступний напрям – медицина, біологія, екологія. У цього курсу, як і в попереднього в напряму, є також 3 години математики. Є біологія 3 години в 10 класі другого семестру. І вивчення біології збільшується, як і решти предметів, в 11 і 12, оскільки це їх напрям. Так? Тобто всього в 10 класі 9 годин на вивчення біології, фізики, хімії, а в 11 і 12 це 12 годин на вивчення хімії, фізики і біології. Це суттєво перевищує ту кількість годин, яка є зараз, і ту кількість годин, яка закладена стандартом. Але це є їм можливість заглибитися в ті предмети, які їм направду потрібні. Наступний напрям – інформаційні технології. Ну, це царина математики, безумовно. В другому семестрі 10 класу це 3 години алгебри, 2 години геометрії. І зверніть увагу, як зростає кількість математики в 11 і 12 класах. Та? Сумарно це 9 годин на тиждень математики, обов'язкової математики. І плюс вони можуть обрати навколо математичні предмети з того переліку, який школа дає. Тобто вони ще собі можуть добрати кілька годин предметів, які стосуються математики. У них є по 4 години інтегрованого курсу природничих наук в 10 і в 11 класі, але в них немає природничих наук в 12 класі. Ці години ми віддаємо на їх профіль, ці години ми віддаємо математиці. Ну і інформаційні технології, які також є година в 10 класі другого семестру, і в 11-12 класі ця кількість годин природним чином збільшується, тому що це їх профіль, це по 3 години на кожен клас. І останній напрям – інженерія, конструювання, матеріалознавства. Напрям, в якому, як я вже й казала, у студентів найменший вибір предметів, але цей напрям уже і є їх вибором майбутнім. Там тут передбачена велика кількість математики, це 5 годин в 10 класі і в 11 класі 7 годин, а в 12 класі 9 годин. Це всього біології, фізики, хімії, яка також розінтегрована, це не неінтегрований курс, це розінтегрований курс. 8 годин в другому семестрі 10 класу. 9 годин в 11 класі. Єдине, що тут змінюється, ми прибираємо біологію в 12 класі, оскільки напрям більше стосується фізики і хімії, аніж біології. Тому в 12 класі у них є всього 6 годин на фізику, хімію, але немає біології і значно більший вибір предметів за вибором. Тепер наступний компонент – це за вибором у межах та поза обраним напрямом. Це перелік тих курсів, які розробили наші розробники. Як це? Настя, мені треба допомога залу. Розробили розробники, які напрацювали наші розробники. Це певний перелік дисциплін, який насправді буде дуже залежати від можливостей школи. Ще раз скажу, що ми тут трошки мріяли, і тому дали повний, величезний перелік, ви їх всі в сірому цьому посібнику знайдете, курсів, але створюючи ось цей 4-й компонент, потрібно зважати на реальні можливості закладу освіти. Ну, не в кожному закладі освіти є вчителі, які можуть там розробити, у нас він, до речі, розроблений курс «Рок і література», які можуть його якісно викладати. Для того, щоб якісно викладати цей курс, потрібно мати пристрасть до цього. Та? Тобто може класний вчитель літератури розробити такий курс, чи музики, наприклад, але для цього в нього має бути суттєвий багаж знань з обидвох предметів і ще й щире захоплення цими галузями. Або, наприклад, кіномистецтво. Ну, знову ж таки, це потрібно бути кіноманом, любити кіно для того, аби такий курс створити. Тому ми закликаємо, якщо вам буде цікаво іти за нашою моделлю, кожну школу самостійно напрацьовувати ось такий пул курсів за вибором, які ви можете дати студентам з огляду на сильні сторони вчителів. Хоча тут також є, навчальна вагома складова і плюс можливості закладу залучати експертів ззовні. Тому що для того, щоб вичитати курс «Рок і література», це не обов'язково має бути вчитель, який викладає безпосередньо в школі. Для цього можна запрошувати експертів ззовні, але має бути, безумовно, напрацьований юридичний аспект, нормативка, як ми можемо таких вчителів, таких спеціалістів ззовні залучати. Ми розробили разом з засновником закладу, для якого ми працювали, і разом з Прожектор Інститут приклад того, як школа може змінитися зовні, і як ті символи, які школа використовує в своїй діяльності, можуть бути далекими від калин. Що там нас ще люблять? Пшениці, колосся пшениці, і різних інших таких до болі знайомих нам образів, які у нас є на дидактичних матеріалах і які чомусь є навіть в початковій школі на таблицях множення і на інших ресурсах. Хлопці, мені треба запустити відео, але я щось воно не запускається. Так. Коли ми розробляли ось такий брендинг ліцею, було кілька варіантів назви, але міська рада зупинилась на назві «Це-світ». І наші розробники-ідентики, прожектор інституту Гліб Копоріков і Юля дуже класно це обіграли. Тому що вони створили певну рамку, але і купу можливостей, як ця ідентика може працювати з дітьми, як вона може видозмінюватися залежно від того, хто є авторами її. А авторами її точно мають бути діти. Тому на початку ви бачили, що між це світ, це їх світ, це наш світ, і різні образи, які можуть створювати студенти ліцею під свої потреби і змінювати цю айдентику хоч кожен місяць, хоч кожен тиждень. І це прекрасний приклад того, що школа не обов'язково повинна мати номер, що школа може мати своє обличчя, що ця комунікація може бути такою ж модною, як комунікація різних брендів, до яких ми з вами звикли. Але чомусь не звикли, що така комунікація, власне, може бути в закладах освіти. Та? Ми захоплюємося тим, як комунікує Дія, наприклад, хоча це теж державна інституція. Утім, школи так не комунікують. Ми впевнені, що це можна змінити. І закликаємо школи залучати дітей до того, аби створювати назви шкіл, аби створювати айдентики шкіл. Для цього достатньо бажання і включеності вчителя мистецтва або інших вчителів, які готові з цим працювати. Окрім, власне, програм, ми також над 3 документами, які є важливими, без яких складно працювати в школах, але які, знову ж таки, не є типовими для шкіл. Вони є типовими, можливо, для приватних шкіл, утім, державні школи ними не користуються. Це такі, як політика і HR-політика ліцею, навчання і розвиток команди, і комунікаційна стратегія закладу, яка насправді більшою мірою не про, хоча багато хто так думає, проведення сторінок в соцмережах і сайтів, вона про те, яким є заклад, яким він позиціонується назовні, як залучати студентів, тому що коли ми говоримо про ліцеї, ми говоримо про конкуренцію, насправді. Їх 4-5 в місті, такому як Житомир, такому як Чернігів, і вони можуть обирати. І студенти можуть обирати туди.
Lyceum can choose the students, and students can choose their lyceum. It's about competition. I really would like to thank once again the team that worked at this curriculum. It's more than 60 teachers, practitioners, experts from different fields, adjacent fields. We were helped by the developers of state standard from the Ministry of Education. These are the leaders of the direction, the teachers, developers. Not everybody is here. There were also teams, and they actually created more people, such small clusters. When they will present their clusters, they will tell about it. I really appreciate, I'm really grateful to this. I hope that it will be useful for all the lyceums. And we are getting to the most interesting ones. That's presentation of directions, the curriculum, according to the directions. And we are starting not from the academic course. So far, it is not very popular, not only in the high school, but also in the system of schools. It's actually about safety, vitality. It's the course that is called well-being of people. The course that is designated for 2 years in 10th and 11th forms. It is taught by modules about leadership. About leadership actually is a separate story. A leader of the direction of leadership is Lyubomir Shinkiv. That's a Ukrainian Academy of Leadership, and they developed this blog according to their many-year expertise. And there's also sexual education, and there is not a list of courses that has to be here. It's also about including different courses, and they are elective, and it depends on what subject is going to be taught. And I would like to invite here to this stage the first of our developers, leaders, Irina Pleshakova. Are you cold? As soon as you got here, you became hot. So the remainder of the format will be the following. The leader presents the direction. There could be 15 or 20 minutes, because there could be a bigger or smaller amount of information, and then there will be 15 or 20 minutes for questions. So it's 15 minutes for Irina, then 10 minutes the questions about the logic, about value of the course. Ira, the floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you, Alenka. Thank you. Let me start. What would you like to become when you grow up? This is the question that scares and frustrates, then inspires. Is there somebody here who will become somebody when you grow up? Do you know? Oh, you know. What are you based on? How do you know who you are going to be in 10 years? What are you based on? On your skills, on feelings, professionalism? And I see you. But what does a teenager have to do? They don't know much about themselves. They don't know what to base themselves on. And in such an indefinite world, they don't know what to do, to look for it. And there's actually quite a big demand for professional orientation. And when the teenagers come up to me, I ask them, why have you come here? What do you want from me? And they say, well, my mom sent me here. They have hard times to understand. They don't know what they need it for. Hey, I do not have the magic wand. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what you're gonna be when you grow up. But I explain to them that the value of the professional orientation is not actually to tell them what they're going to be, but because we don't know. But the biggest value is to make them research who they are already. And actually that's what it looks like in the present. We don't know what it was in the past. We don't know what it is going to be in the future, but we actually made this for the present, this program of professional orientation. I tried to make this curriculum based on value and be holistic. It's not about infinite professional possibilities and opportunities, but it's also about determining yourself. Who am I? What my skills are, strong sides, what is my hobby, how can Lego that I actually put together when I was a child help me now? What about the organizing the birthdays for my friends be my key superpower? And besides these infinite professional capabilities, it's important at 10th form to research oneself, my superpowers, my skills, something that I am good at. But it's not only about it. This curriculum is also about emotional intellect, about empathy, communication, working team, entrepreneurship, critical thinking, creativity, you name it. Career orientation, this module is designated as a module, a compulsory module, but we already have elaborated the curriculum, and we needed to continue in 10th, 11th form as a subject, but extracurricular activity. This is the logic of the course. Let me share it with you. This is something that actually was born during our work at the Lyceum. The first part is the adaptation. You get to know the Lyceum, this curriculum, and you actually need to get to know where you are. So basically, it's about getting to know the Lyceum. They also make the contract for integrity, and then into the introduction to professional orientation, what actually is the subject and the expectation. The next one is the research. It's a big, and in my opinion, it's the biggest and the most important one. There is a lot of work here for school psychologists, the career consultant, the person that will be dealing with career orientation in the institution. And here we have different surveying, professional and psychological orientation and diagnostics, researching myself, different methods, different work at oneself, creating the personal card, creating tests of Holland, Meyer, Six and Briggs, but it's also about stress resistance, my type of leadership, my personality, my character, research. The next one, it finishes the first half a year, is actually getting to know the direction. I'm getting into details of each of it, and I'm asking myself, what are liberal arts? What am I going to study? And what are my possibilities? And in our ideal picture of the world, our students there are some interferences. The interpreter cannot do his job. So we motivate them, motivate ourselves, and try to cope with the stress. We try to cope with the stress and get this stress tolerance. We learn how to work with indefinite work. We increase resilience, stress resistance, intellect, creativity. We work with how to cope stress and stereotype. The last blog of our course is Horizons. And here we get to know with infinite career and educational opportunities. We learn the market of Ukraine, the world. We get to know where I get this education. And here we get to the workshops, getting to know the businesses of the region. So there's a lot of work. Career fairs, something that we know, but we hope that, as already was said by the school student, we would like to know. We would like to know the opportunities, and here is for this block. So this is about just one topic, and it's about the work for 1 year. The course is compulsory for the 10th form, but there's also a program for 11th, 12th form as an extracurricular activity. The first topic is actually to know the professional methodics, surveying. They understand about themselves. I said about that. They research the interconnection between the personality types and the professional opportunities. What are the types of educational activities? There will be 10% of lectures. The rest is tests, surveying, project activities, work in teams, trainings, workshops, discussion, debates, internship, excursions, meeting with successful graduates, speaking with successful leaders of opinion and businessmen. Recommended activities, it's just several examples. What do I recommend? That's modern professional orientation methodics. The quality one, it's internship or Magellano, and also Holland test. It's about professional direction. Gardner test to define a type of the multiple intellect. Test Myers-Briggs about 16 personalities. There are a lot of tests, and I suggested different methodologies for the leadership, type of character, types of personality, and professional directions, and how everything can be united. That's it for me. This was actually quite briefly, and to conclude, I would like to say that we actually don't know what our children will become, but for sure we'll help them research who they are already, in which direction they are going to move, so as to be happy. Thank you.
I would like to add that if we make the presentation of all programs we have already covered, we need actually 2 months. So we go the way of some block presented, as you just see. We discuss it with Ira. This is special block of majoring. But in this block, there is the financial education, sexual education, leadership. This is what we didn't present still. There are some subjects which are due to the lack of time we didn't manage to present. We make the focus on presentation of literature and language because there are many discussions how they should be taught. This is a huge barrier of knowledge, so you can't even imagine. It is so much reintegrated, and both for the 10th and 11th grade. We will speak about it later on. There will be the historic field, the field of language and literature. didn't manage to present other directions like English, like arts, like physical education. But they are in our gray curriculum, and you may read about it. This is what I would like to add from the context. And now, time for discussion. The questions to Irina, please, as to majoring, please. Everybody understands what is professional bias. Did you manage to grasp it? Everybody understands the necessity of such course. And what is the challenge here? This is very important from the point of view of school staff of psychologists. This is 0.5 of in statistics, 0.5 of psychologists. In the ministry, there is the way of enlarging this problem. And then to psychologists. Actually, we are not alone in this psychological field. In Finland, for example, we understand that what is career guidance, which is corresponds to career orientation. They have the limited group of psychologists, one per 400 students, but factually one psychologist work for 800 students because they lack people in this specialty. In order to proceed with these programs, with these approaches, one should be very careful. Thank you, Irina. Are there any questions? You learn that the problem is to prepare teachers for the new course, and I understand that we have a very psychological load here. But as you said, there is the financial education. We logically admit that there will be some teachers. Will they have some system of tests, for example? Thank you for the question. This is the course well-being of a person 2 for 10 and 2 for 11. It is not obligatory. This is the test principle, and these 10 hours may be designated in different ways. We may have a 1 hour course, for example, 2 hours course for semester per week. It depends upon the school, upon the strategy of curriculums. And actually 1 hour is left, it's 6 hours per week, and 1 after is left. It can be taken by subjects like sexual education, for example. So we put it according to the schedule logic, and the data is understandable. These are still different teachers to be involved, so we are thinking about the different profiles. For example, sexual education. There are specialists in psychology who are experts, but still practice shows that we lack such specialists who can do it in a very effective way, or financial proficiency, for example. One should have this professional in real life. The question is where to take the resources, financial resources as well, to realize it. Are there still questions more? Thank you. Then we will proceed. And we will proceed with with the direction of linguistic and literature. Nastya and Nadia. And Nastya is the leader of the team who focused on the lingual-literal method. Educational department. So, Nastya takes floor, please. Congratulations to everybody. Those who listen and learn and put questions and concentrate on such complicated educational topic. It actually involved us into process and inspired us. This is our beautiful team. It is very different, but it has very interesting focus. Generally, there are specialists who are PhD, academically biased. They are certified teachers of higher school and have the experience to teach at the university. So they are very much involved into the process. These are people who do with a very important topic, literature and language. This presentation will be very important. So if you have questions, please ask. So the problem with integrated course is very important. We have Taras here, who is very experienced. Still the representative from Zhytomyr, and people who do with the methodology of teaching language, Ukrainian language and literature. So I ask everybody to join the discussion. So the problem is connected with the basic strategy of teaching Ukrainian language and literature at school. When you ask pupils about realia, we hear about such components as zhurba, sadness, for example, is cranberry. The words which are symbols, they are connected with language and literature. So we try to get rid of any stereotypes. Today we speak about the courses in Ukrainian language and literature. Humanitarian direction. The idea of the program is with what you see in the grade booklets is to concentrate on the objective approach. It means that all the necessary material is connected with the communicative tasks. Much depends on the quality of the dialogue. The students should gain the skills of learning it and how to use your lexical basis, how to choose modal words. This is very important from the point of view of courses. Then isolated words, how to write orthography properly, like the word half of the apple. and so many words are fixed in orthography, and I think that this approach is very important. We try to update the approach with which was used in the past. What about literature? I see this course as integrated one. It is called literature. This course is integrated into world literature, and it hope that morally we are ready not to learn the history of the literature, but to focus is mainly on reading the texts. How these problems are discussed, for example. This is realistic literature should be, and the teaching of literature should have a realistic way. What actually encompasses all these courses is the topic of integration. The idea was that each of the course has 5 modules, 5 tests. 5 tests a year. One test per 6 weeks. How can we do with it? For sure, we should support Ukrainian language and literature. This module principle is very important because after every 6 weeks, students were to pass the test, and they were to revise the rules, the material they have covered. We learn, and we present the project. We learn, and we present the project as well. So this is step-by-step learning, which is implemented on the level of teaching, and it's very important. On the other hand, the course of linguistic teaching is connected with 1 week study. One module is viewed as the sample of how the topic can be localized. We worked out such tests like Cosmic Zhytomyr, and much is told there in this from the point of view of the Ukrainian language. This is how this project may work in different regions. So this topic may be integrated into our language. For the 12th grade, this profile is absolutely new. This is how it looks like. The third topic, communicative alternative of different worlds, are presented. Now you see how the grammar and communication topic is connected. This is how it works on the level of SciTech. On the level of playing, we see how communication goes on. We learn grammar rules, and we see how the modality works here, modal words, and again, we are to speak about lexical level. We speak about repetition. we try to renew the basic elements for the teachers to help them in their complicated process. I would like to reiterate that if you have a very smart classroom, very class group of students, this is the possibility to take into consideration all the material he or she operates with. It is very important for you to have the list of resources from 11 to 12th grade. These are the articles, the video clips, the audio recording, the subcasts, different materials the teacher may use, and to build the lesson. It's more than modeling, with some hints to the teacher how to use on the basis of his approach. This is how it works. This is how gaming work, streaming. Gaming, it's a very important topic. So do we have any dependence from the game? And please, I would like to draw your attention to how it is connected with grammar, because we learn different modes of verbs, and with the subjunctive mood we may see how it goes on, how this method works, how the words are repeated with the same roots. And this is the last project. We actually take these projects to be selected. The teacher may pick up any strategy to make his lesson more interesting. In this case, we create the instruction to the travelers to another world. The grammar categories are working here. We comment streaming, we do grammar and linguistic review. As to different worlds, the teacher may pick up the strategy and the students demonstrate the results. This is the 12th grade, which is new, and we concentrate on the creation of variables, how to present text products. We start with the texts which are created to describe the facts, like the article in Wikipedia, which is to represent different material and to use different recipe in order to describe and to add different elements to view the idea of the society. And we speak about journalism here, about special articles. So the texts for self-realization, for example, these are very important texts, and we focus on such feature, how to develop the artistic writing. The basic course of literature, the 2 hours a day, migration of literature, media texts, films, the ground for discussion. The peculiarities is that we propose 5 different clusters. Now I will show you how it works. Every teacher has the possibility to add the trajectory of reading. We have different lines here. The teacher may pick up the text, take it into consideration that in future somebody may claim that me offend the literature, the Ukrainian literature, but there is the drop here, and the Ukrainian literature is in focus. So this is as to the course. Yesterday we discussed it, that the thing we put in the core of our course meet the challenges which we have today. This is how we read the text. Finally, to sit up and start to reading the whole text. Not the comprised version, but the full version, how the characters interact with each other. That's why the understanding of the text is very important. The basic challenges which we meet here as to the course of literature is first of all the sadness of Ukrainian people. This is the learning of the program on the level of Shevchenko's words about roaring of the Dnieper wide. It's complicated things, right? We are not speaking about stereotypes. We speak about the life of offsprings, the topic which are too close to them, you know. We are to speak about the real life of offsprings. So how to select the text, it's a very important thing for me, how to select text with them. Another challenges which we would like to bridge the gap, not all the gaps we can find. These are the challenges with classics. All the discussions usually finish how you can get rid of this imaginative text, of this ideal text. Usually the supporters of this theory write a comment on we can't imagine the literature without the text. So we like to find the balance. There is Shevchenko, for example, on the one hand, and Levitsky on the other. There is the Podmogilny, a well-known modernist writer, and other writers. These are clusters which are repeated in 11th and 12th grade. So the investigations which usually have to accept ourselves is understanding that we are different in our comprehension of life, in our tastes. That's why it is very important to accept the peculiarities of others through the vision of your own world. That's why we should speak about different conception of the world. The leadership. The third block is the self-reflection. These are the Ukrainian texts. I would like to focus first of all on text about country, about nation, about self-identity. Many texts are local oriented. There are the texts with discussions, what kind of texts are they, what problems are covered. This block is very important, and I would like to reiterate that this is one of the very important detail in the program. How people coexist with each other, they exist and they interact with each other, how people interact with each other. So the topic of the course is how to accept oneself within the society. Well, the teacher may take any direction he or she needs. The first, the second, or third. Within the focus, we may propose different text. If you don't like something, there is the selective strategy. The teacher may form the general strategy and propose it to classroom. So he or she may change something, may shift into other focus. There is the small manipulation here probably, but there are some texts we would like to include and for the teachers to repeat. And you see here different lines of development. These are marvelous texts. I would like to recommend it to you. The first, the second line, the third line. These are marvelous texts. Even about the disabled boy who actually settled different problems. So much depends also about the scope of the text. 5 tests per year, it's okay, it's less than usually it is proposed. Some problematic issues. We don't have some huge problems. The teacher may build and rebuild the discussion. How to find common ground with others, how to understand the feelings, what does it mean, bad understanding, what is the individuality. These are the topics which will help in discussion. The projects are to be picked up. We have the project from the emotional intellect, for example. We view the documentary film. We discuss the film on the basis of the facts which were learned. So, how to connect theory and the context, we a bit shift from the history means broadly to the theory of literature. These are the moments which are to be analyzed on the level of the text from the point of view of genre. Especially when we are speaking about epoch, about theory of literature. This is very topical as to the program of literature. What about other in summary? So how to change the plot of the story? As, for example, in the mainstream of Stephen King, for example, horror, right? What is literature mystification? How we should do with it? What is poetry? What is theatrical stage on the level of the story? So these are the main important topics you see in slides. The educational components which are used here are very important. The course as to the epoch, as to the context of the research. This course covers critical analysis of the text, reviewing the text, analytical approach to the text. This is the focus which should be implemented while teaching the students in the classroom how to differentiate a good text from the bad text, a mediagram, how it can be and how it can be realized in different component. And the last is I actually would like to ask you what is in common here. There is the Alice in Wonderland here and some fairy elements which are used here. You heard much about it. What is in common in the images? The connection, the interconnection between music and literature, for example. Some slides are presented here. We work out even the whole course connected with it, and probably the offsprings will get interest in it. There is the citation from the interview. For example, the remark about John Lennon, right? It's interesting. With the song is very interesting. History goes on, and it is connected with when the Beatles learned about the case when their texts are learned, the students are learned on the basis of their text. They edited the text for future investigation, students' investigations. Very interesting fact. To find out the best ways of analysis. So the 12th grade 36 hours are split into two parts: 18 Ukrainian rock, 18 British rock, and we put it according to the music line, because the idea is to get acquainted with the history of rock music and how literature supported, what plots were found, and how it echoed at the history of whole rock music. This is the module, how it was created in, you see see it, how it is monitored. There are different groups, and how we interpreted the text, how we analyze the text. We listen to the music, and we watch the literature fragments with the allusions to the texts of the songs. We have Lewis Carroll here, for example, and allusions. Volodymyr Dibrova, by the way, with the concrete texts which will be analyzed. And from another, our curious element is the strategy of additional creation. What else can be created? And we are ready that the teachers will develop the course which they may teach with a great interesting. This is editing, by the way. This is journalism. This is writing. Very, very important things. These are the courses generally accepted for everybody. This is the dubbing, by the way. Literature ways of understanding the screen. Food and literature, for example. A very interesting course, by the way. So, our conclusions on this slide. It seems to me this mem is very important for us because it reflects the balance between classics and modernity, between past times and modern times, how the images of modern writers work today. We would like to find the balance, and basically we found this balance. On the basic of modern present times, on the basic of stereotypes, on the basis we get rid of bad associations. Thank you ever so much. Dear friends, are there any questions to Nastya? It is very curious to learn about your feedback, so be active, please. I beg you, I ask you. Also, we speak about some bad influence, especially in the field of learning Ukrainian literature and language. But I understand that without such hates in commas, we can't actually grasp it. Are there any questions, please? Congratulations. The question is the following. The Ukrainian language is obligatory to be studied at Lyceum. How the graduation test is provided by your program. Thank you very much. Please, I would like to draw your attention to the second piece. It's the linguistic line. This is thematic program which is to be followed by the students, and it is actually bring to the graduation course, graduation test. This is the answer to your question, that this is what is implemented into graduation course manual. The problem is that not all the grammatic topics are here brought out, but we may have a bias here towards the final version which we expect and which will be formed. So this is another story. On the basis of the 10th form, we have the basis. And we actually leave this linguistic basis as it is, with no changes. It won't disappear. The perception of the linguistic basis disappear a bit, because we are going to create a basic product, and which we are going to develop on the basis of the principles which are predicted by the ministry. The student should have how to communicate, how to express himself, how to analyze the text. So this is what works on the state level. This is what we learn as to the methodology of teaching and methodology of final test preparedness. Tatiana is laughing over there. Tatiana Vakulenko. Tanya, can you comment a bit on this topic? Sasha, and you will proceed. When we speak about the qualitative process of teaching, we are sure that the student will receive all the possible results. We are not prepare the student for the test. Please understand it. We are not prepare the student for the final test. We are prepare the student for further life. We are not speaking about the finalization of his knowledge. We are speaking about future perspective living. This is a very important issue I would like to stress. On the other hand, he or she is thinking about his future, right? So such programs are topical. We badly need them for our educational process. Friends, I would like to speak about graduation exam a bit. Tanya was very right saying that the student should be very active, right? The student shouldn't have any barriers for his graduation, especially on the level of the 12th grade. The list of courses should be very much selective, right? The student, on the basis of such list, can pick up, for example, additional Ukrainian language or mathematics in order to get ready to final graduation test. If you have 10 hours, for example, of mathematics, probably it may be a problem with additional subjects, right? But the structure of final graduation exam is very specific, and it should be taken into consideration as well. Yes, if we speak about the task, yesterday we actually spoke much about it. Our results still are very low. Why? Because students face such task initially for the first time. They have never experienced with it. And we are to accompany such programs. We are to explain them. We should take different vector in understanding of such products. This is as to the topic of graduation exam. For example, mathematics and arts, we don't like an interhumanitarian. This is because of the final exam, which actually shape the strategy of teaching, because we speak about different components, and such approach is of utmost importance. And we are speaking about how to prepare the student for real life. What and subjects should be covered more in terms of timing. This is what I would like to add. Yes, this is short reflection. Even today, the teachers may use the visas. They are translated from mathematical point of view. They may be used in the linguistic teaching, and our task are become more and more competent in nearest future perspective. So even in the schools, in upper schools, secondary schools, we should change, we should shape the methodology of teachers' evaluation, assessment, especially what is implemented on the level of in-depth teaching. This is the competence, right? And we remember that the selection of text, again, should be a careful focus on. Especially in mathematics, the competence should enlarge. But we assess, we evaluate. Okay.
There's another question. Hello, everyone. It's not like a question. It's more like a comment with positive experience. First of all, I would like to thank Anastasia and the team who worked at the curriculum, and I would like to say that this integration really works. I represent Kyiv Lyceum Educator, and it's the 4th year that we've been working this integration approach. First it was the literature, then it was literature plus world literature, and we got to the conclusion that this additional literature hour was added where we work there, and the question could be, why do we study those who are already not with us? Why is it so sad? And we can actually, when we started adding this year, the work and the tasks from actually those abridged versions that are already in the shelves of the book stores. For these 2 months, we see that they write in a more quality manner, and we actually develop a lot of competencies and skills that usual curriculum does not allow it to. And I would like to thank, because there are so many people that think in the same way, and we see that result that actually happens. You don't have to be afraid that you have you can actually do this or this case from the program. There are alternatives. You can actually work the language topics. The main thing is actually to overcome the fear. Thank you for the comment. Nice to get up and now get some warmth. According to the schedule, we have lunch, but it seems that nobody wants to go to lunch, and we actually can agree on our schedule, and let's continue, and then we will have lunch. So the next one is science, and Irina Demina was the one who actually worked in this direction. She's the founder of Dominion School. And Ina did tremendous work with the team, and we have a lot of actually issues about this curriculum that was really born. We don't know how much effort and everything actually was done. So Ina, the floor is yours. Hello everyone. Actually today the limitation will be cold, so I'll try to get these 30 minutes. So first of all, I would like to you to get to know our team. In this project, my dream came true. when we actually were able to unite the educational and scientific teams. In our teams, we had Natalia Senenko, the candidate of physical and mathematical sciences. She's the co-author of many publications in the Web of Science focus. She's a co-author of 9 patents. She's the docent of the Faculty of Chemistry. She also headed the jury of Academy of Small Science, and she also worked with different Olympiads in chemistry. We also were able to work with Yaroslava Lopatina. She's the candidate of Physical and Mathematical Sciences. She works in non-physical institutes. She's also postgraduate of Groningen University. Irina Peretyashko, she is the researcher of the Crunch Academy, teacher and researcher. It's actually so great that we were able to get to know Olesa Davidovich as well in Zhytomyr, and Mikhailo Chemeris as well. Not only he is the representative of the Lyceum number 7, but he's a talented teacher of physics and astronomy. Olesa and Mikhail also prepared a lot of Olympiad winners, and they are ambassadors in Zhytomyr and Zhytomyr region, and they will actually unite other motivated teachers that would like to move together with us. So let's start. We actually didn't have the premises at that time. We didn't have a state standard at that time. So we received technical tasks to actually elaborate the vision of science. First, we didn't have also the task that we won't have not science subjects at first. So this direction was actually developed during the course of work. So our work that we actually need to change this natural science approach, and the same refers to you, because now science actually became the way of life. On the one hand, not everybody can do the science, but science is needed by everybody. It's important to understand that science knowledge actually speak about different work. Boristim speaks about forest thinking. We don't look at one tree, but actually we see the holistic view. We see all the forest, and it's important to see the overall approach, regardless of the work path that students will choose for the future. At that moment, we didn't know the results for PISA, and we decided to know what about these science subjects, what we can orient with, and we got to know some of the framework document for 2025, and some of you already saw it, and you could understand that earlier PISA evaluated the science literacy. Now it's more comprehensive approach, when you not only have to be more competent while reading the scientific texts, you have to think well scientifically. You have to see yourself among this scientific environment, and to be able to critically assess and evaluate scientific information from the not from the position whether it's true or false, but from the position what that or that term means, how to explain it. So in general, a student needs to master a scientific language. When I went to the university from school, while taking the first place as actually in the Olympiads, for me it was actually interesting how to how the teacher can actually explain without the scientific term. But the more you are immersed into it, the more you understand that scientific language. So PISA will be for our 15-year-olds, so as they master these scientific language and having the knowledge of scientific subjects and using and understanding in scientific texts of this language. Also, there is a quite complicated word for me. It's environmental competencies. In other words, this is something that we actually learn from the nature. We analyze that has to be still designed what these achievements can actually affect the environment. It's about how we take care about the earth, the environment, and these ecological environmental sciences are more important now. So it's not only about sorting of waste, it's deeper. We also have a task now for ourselves, and we also have we see the problems in the secondary and higher school. I actually am a teacher of biology, and in September I have to tell them about proteins, lipids, and in the end, I also have to tell that using formulae, if the kids don't know anything about chemistry, they won't be able to know anything about biochemistry. That's why for us it was important to actually elaborate some curriculum. And besides PISA, we do not have any other orientations. So far, we are orienting ourselves into PISA. For us, it was also important to elaborate some curricular and methods which would enable us to motivate the kids to learn more. Now, not only speak about the kids who would like to learn more about scientific subjects, but also integrated course. The kids who actually do not choose them for the future, they also have to be reviewed, and we'll speak about it later. If we generalize, we in our with our team. In programs, 16 curricula. Alenka asked where we got that much time. We actually worked during the day and night, and we were able to work through different things. First of all, it's about basic courses on biology, ecology, astronomy, physics. The logic that was foreseen on these scientific subjects, we understand that if a kid is interested in scientific subjects, we understand that they actually have the background of different schools, and there are different requirements to different needs, different teachers, in order to systematize the knowledge and skills to eliminate the gaps, or to get to know for the kids who were not that interested in scientific subjects, to look at these subjects at a different perspective. So we suggest in the first semester, when we want to generalize, systematize, also to go through a course of modern achievements in science, just to show what's happening in science now, because our up-to-date curriculum. I cannot open everything at its much. In the second semester, we actually go to the directions of the profiles, and then we expect that the students will choose something for themselves. For example, if we speak about medicine, biotechnologies, and ecology, they have profound learning of biology, chemistry, and physics, and that is for the 10th form. In the 11th and 12th, the number of hours will be extended. Then there is also direction engineering, designing material, knowing it's also for these three. If we speak about this very direction, biology was taken away from the subjects because chemistry and physics is more important here. We can emphasize that at the 11th form we have 4 hours of chemistry and physics and 4 of biology. There are also electives that can deepen a certain subject. For example, there are 4 hours of biology, but you can also take neurobiology as the 5th hour, or biotechnologies as another hour for 10th, 11th, 12th form. This deep standard for profile. We also have elections that elected courses that you can actually get some scientific targets that the kids might have. If we speak about 10th form, I will tell you the general approach. The curriculum now on chemistry, biology, physics is made in such a way that until 9th form, for example, in biology, the kids have to go through all the chapters. They have biology, biotechnology, genetics, and then in the 10th form we just have deepening of the knowledge. It was important for us to systematize all the knowledge. For example, for biology and ecology subject, we took the principle to research the directions according to the levels of organizations of the living species. Concerning physics and chemistry, it's like more general physics and general chemistry. You see what chapters we have in this basic course. And astronomy, we don't have many hours here, but likewise, anybody can take astronomy as a direction for the next semester if they want to take it as an elective. We do not exclude the possibility for a person who actually chose liberal arts can actually want to learn astronomy or ecology. And starting from 10th form, second semester, until 12th form, we have deepened learning of different subjects, because when we spoke what program would fit the medics or ecologists or engineers of material learning, for medics we realized would be interesting to immerse into organic chemistry before actually getting to biochemistry. It's the problem that we face with the 9th form. So accordingly, after 10th semester of 10th form, the kids, some get the chemistry, molecular biology, and the other direction is material knowing. And for us, it was important to synchronize the curricula of the science subjects within the high school approach. Here you can see also chapter 4, molecular biology. We have here theoretical basis. and we orient ourselves to the modern achievements of the science. You probably have a question. How will the students get to know the polymerase reaction? We actually wrote the recommendations, what kind of equipment and rooms for it have to be. So in the future, when we design a lyceum, these wishes will be taken into consideration for this chemistry classrooms, so as we could do different learning activities. We deliberately gave a lot how to practically or laboratory work. We gave them in excess so that the teachers and the students would like to take, for example, something they would like to take as compulsory project, something can be taken for as an elective, and I also would like to emphasize, we don't say genome of a person, we just say how a person can present themselves, so they can decide independently. We are sure that in Ukraine we have so many talented teachers who are ready to work, and we should support them. I'm sure that the types of activities will be also added in the process of approbation of this curriculum. So now when we speak about the general recommendations, something that's important, it's speaking about the key changes. We haven't worked about assessment as a team. What I mean, the team of the curriculum, how a certain subject will be assessed, but we have recommendations of our science subject and direction. I can be here and there, no problem. So, here we have some peculiarities. First of all, in our curriculum, we see that 50% is practice, 50% is theory. It's important, in our opinion, to use differentiated assessment and evaluation to make in such a way so as some points will be given for practical laboratory work and some for theory, because for some children it will be easy to write tests. At the same time, it will be difficult for them to work with laboratory equipment, and these skills need to be improved in the process of education. Depending on what they choose, we have to take it into consideration. Also about some important things, even if I see that from my experience, for some children it's quite difficult to express themselves using some terms. It's difficult for them to formulate their thoughts and ideas, and for sure we need to introduce writing essay as about like my idea about a certain scientific work. So no scientific approach is bad, but I have to express about it. So actually we can speak about topics for discussion that can be used for debates. And sure, there's also academic integrity. Writing essays, it's about training academic integrity and how important it is. We also would like to recommend to enable the teachers while working with different students who have different possibilities. So they learn the topics not by the classes, but by topics. So, for example, one class can go through the topic faster. So you can actually define your tempo. I spoke about this 10th and 12th form. They actually were together. There was a through program, through curriculum, with the idea that probably it will be more convenient to work by topics, not by classes. And also about integration. It's obvious that integration is our future, and we will speak about cross-disciplinarity. But if we speak about the course on those who do not take science subject, and we show the connection between different topics, for science subject, actually these kids need to do that on their own together with the teachers. With a narrow approach, they might elect the biology, biotechnology, and in the second semester we recommend to work cross-disciplinary or cross field ones, so as to see this connection. Due to these recommendations, we can actually reach a very big goal for the kids to actually fight for their trajectory in the field of science. In the future, our teachers, if they haven't realized, they will realize soon that they will be the carriers of the skills and knowledge. So these people will be mentors. Many teachers already are mentors for those students who go to Olympiads. In the future, many teachers will feel like this themselves. If you just read a topic from the textbook in the school, why do you actually have to go to school then? But in order to discuss it, you actually need the school and you need the teacher. I will not go into the immerse myself. If we speak about some courses that are elective, there are some that we actually elaborated, like chemistry of water or environment ones. The latter one is elective after you go through the mechanics from physics. And also important to say why we suggest different narrow projects and between the different subjects. Cross-disciplinarity is the factor of the future, and if you were interested about the future of professions, you actually saw IT genetics, and there are a lot of examples like these. We understand that deep study is very important, because besides that you know a lot and you have competences in science subjects, you can actually influence the future of your family, community, country. And Ukraine is not isolated from other countries in the world, and we know the history of the successful works of Ukrainian scientists, and we know that in the future our students will also show themselves in the scientific world. So I would like to draw your attention about understanding the cultural, social influence of science subjects. It's important to understand how they will affect the society, the community. One example, I have one student, he's in the fifth form, He's interested in chemistry so much, so he Googles a lot what can be done on his own. And we discussed just some time ago. I asked him, just imagine every person who knows chemistry and physics very well, knows a lot about biological weapons, would like to create one. What do you think about it? I didn't think about it, he said. It's actually about understanding. Science, it's not only about knowing formulae, but it's we speak about the transition from non-science ones. Probably you heard about the different examples. So when, for example, parents see that the kids are interested in physics or biology, they are impressed. Hey, this subject is so interesting. They heard about this at school. They reopened, rediscovered this for themselves. And then when they decided, that they don't need this science. So for us, it's a big challenge to make the science subjects that are not needed for the tests before the exams for the universities, to make it this subject to go to this interesting subject that could be interesting in the schedule, and to show the kids that science is needed not only for scientists and in the lab. We have it in our everyday life. It can be actually good for elaborating different things. It can be useful to solve different local and global things. It's also about systematic thinking. Scientific subjects also help to find these connections between the reason and consequences. Everybody is supposed to take science in lesser extent or bigger extent. In Ukraine, we still have fanatics of science. It's actually about law of survival. I would like our scientists to be on a higher level, but it's also possible that we will have better opportunities in the future, and having invested into our kids under such grief circumstances. Everybody needs science. With all those efforts in the internet, that would be impossible. As it turned out, our kids do read, but they also need to read this science in the terms. And to conclude, I would like to show you a small excerpt of integrated course for non-scientific subjects, for liberal arts and IT direction. And this is one of the topics of chemistry of everyday life, when we wanted to combine all different ways of everyday life about crystallization, and to show, although the crystals are learned in physics and chemistry, they are made in the living organisms. Why do we need them? And in general, how these scientific topics surround us. And actually, changes are fearful, but as one of the movies characters said, that a character drives us. So 5 years ago, I developed an integrated course. So I would like to say, do you want in the books the cancer and sodium bicarbonate? If not, it will stay there if we don't do anything to change. Thank you so much. That's it from me.
Friends. Now we will have lunch. 45 minutes for lunch break. We will speak about mathematics and history after lunch. Thank you. Bon appétit.
And dear friends, let's continue. For those who are left and still has strength to listen, probably after lunch you have still some questions to Ina. Actually, we asked her during our food. Ina, thank you again. Let's move on. We have two directions. That's mathematics and ITs plus history. And for presentation of mathematics, I would like to invite Igor Klitschko. The floor is yours. Hello, friends. I hope that here it's much more comfortable where we were before. So let's formulate the question. Why do kids not want to study mathematics? And why do they need to learn it? Firstly, our team of our developers, Anastasia Zavgazanova, math teacher, Mykola Arbuzov, he actually was the one who developed the IT team. Olena Harig, the people's teacher. She dealt with the program with direction of liberal arts, medicine, and biotechnologies. Katerina Terletska, a doctor of physical and mathematical science, and Alexander Krzyzanowski. He was the one who actually dealt with algebra and beginning of analysis, and everything else was taken by me. And here, the moderator today actually used the Pythagorean theory. And why do we actually learn it? Until we understand and until we implement that we need to study mathematics in its applied aspect, how it is connected with other sciences, with everyday life, the situation will not change. That's why while developing the program, the curriculum, the applied mathematics was taken great care of. So here the practice is prevails over theory, 30 to 70% ratio. We show how we work and everything else. It's about theory. Mostly it's
at the beginning. It works in different spheres. We speak about mathematical statistics. Somebody likes football. He may do the statistic analysis, for example, of plays different and create a kind of mathematic model, speaking about applying tasks, applying problems. This is what we need for the software. And this systemic approach in order to learn something, the students are proposed the basic principles of repetition. We will do it at the beginning and at the end of semester. So we usually ask about finalization. What about the final graduation exam? All the second semester, the students generalize and systemize all the program in order to successfully pass their graduation exam. As to the information technologies, much depends upon the approach, and the samples are different. These are the basic principles. And speaking about the 10th grade, when the students come from different schools, they have different approaches gained. So it is very much important to repeat, to reiterate the material. Both geometry and algebra are the basis with the content, with the key aspects, and informational technologies are learned only at turn grade during the first and second semester. And this study presupposes, first of all, the development of the algorithm, structuring the databases on the basis of the profiles, and on the basis of the IT as a matter. So those students who are graduates, they are to learn about algorithms, how to build the algorithm. So I would like to reiterate that we repeat things, repeat stuff at the beginning of the first semester. We speak about vectors, we speak about system of coordinators are used in different spheres of human activities. So we have the equation, we have different operations on vectors, linearity, all the key aspects are studied. As about directions, as to directions, bioecology is to be studied in future at 10 and 12th grade, 2 hours, and geometry 1 hour. But in 12th grade, we have 2 hours of algebra and 2 of geometry, because they are to finalize their knowledge and successfully pass their gradation exam. What about information technologies? Mathematics is studied in terms of 5 hours of algebra and 4 hours of geometry in the 12th grade. And informational technologies are studied from 11th till 12th grade. And the direction, information technologies are the same. We are speaking about engineering and case studies. Algebra is studied 4 hours, geometry 3 hours in 10 grade, and in 12 we have 5 and 4. This is how in informational technologies the term integral works, and and how to find the basic ideas as to the term primitive, which is mathematic term, and the term integral. And the joke usually is that the professor asks about a student about professional implementation of mathematics, and the student was frustrated with this, and he claims that while jumping through the puddle, I lost my boot, and I take a pot of wire, make an integral, and get this boot. This is a joke, actually. So this is the sample of one of the topic, how it may be applied practically. Then the sample of one of the topic as to software technologies. This is the algorithms and the structures of data. These are the understanding samples, the algorithms, combinatorial algorithms, the research algorithms. Creating a project is the key element which is to be present at the end of the studies of research. Those people who are interested in mathematics, the theory of numbers is the basic. So we propose the courses for such topics to be promoted. And here is the sample of courses: combination analysis, the theory of charts, mathematical statistics, complex numbers, linear algebra with the elements of linear programming, working with the input data, industrial mathematics, and the art. When we are speaking about the industrial mathematics, we speak about engineering. The task with parameters may be taken from different parts of technologies. The first special courses, these are for programmers, for software engineers. The courses from the information technologies, they are very important. Linux as operational system, databases, and web designer engineer. Information technologies are studied at the 10th grade, and in 11-12 engineering have such product as information technologies, but they are to be studied. So we make a special course. This is programming, software designing for engineers to be picked up. But I would like to focus my attention on the very interesting special course. This is IT and art. Any student for direction may pick up this special course, and it lasts for 108 hours. The first part is for the 10th grade students, how to harmonize the world. And the second part is mathematics and the art, painting art. And the project which is to be learned in this vector. Then we speak about design, mathematics in design and musics. We discuss this problem in details, and we find this course very important. Thank you, Mr. Igor, for such presentation. I understand only 20 words from what you spoke about. Colleagues, do you have any specific questions as to how to study mathematics at upper school? I have a question. The facts you're speaking about, this is a very powerful basis and very interesting courses. Understand as the 20%, much was spoken as to the software engineering, and we covered it in details. Can you tell us a bit how the mathematics should be studied, where it is mathematics is a softer variant? First of all, we start from this question. There are types of gradation how to study mathematics. This is mathematics for casual needs, for everyday carry. How to understand what is percentages, what are deposits. This level can be updated, especially when the basis is formed. with very serious vectors. So 2 hours and 1 hour for geometry and algebra in future. It is presented in this way to show the geometric model. We can use 3D graphics for that and to show how it is used mathematic model or algebra model. And then when mathematics is studied in depth, we understand that the first gradation won't go. We may learn mathematics to pass our final exam. And then we learn mathematics as the basis for our professional upgrade. And the third level of gradation, this is how I study this science. And if we do this gradation, much is done if we speak about our goals, our motivation. Why do I need it? Then this special motivation appears. The colleagues, do you have the questions? No questions. So thank you. Then we move ahead. Our last report today. Tonya, this is your time. Start, please. Antonina Makarevich, she speaks about the history and the society. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you ever so much that you are here. This is our team. Yulia Topilnitska, who is here, PhD. The teacher, the author in manuals in history, me, Alexander Panarin, we are the PhD, we are the co-authors of different authors of different authors, Alexander Golyachenko, Lesia Kucharska. Alexander is the teacher of the school. They are very experienced professionals with whom we work in synergies. We go in depth with our team. We speak about global crisis. And from this point, we mention the term non-stability, and the next question which appears, what can we give to our total non-stability? The second question which appear here is variability. So we accentuate the term stability, and we turn to stable approach where with the upper school, when the best student will come, and to speak about history on analogic approach. This will not motivate the student to learn. So we shift to thematic model, thematic approach, and we have the synergy here with Ukrainian literature when we speak about 70-30 percentages in the world context. Speaking about Ukrainian literature as the core, knowing that the history is about the past, but nobody can get rid of the case that we originate from our ancestors, and this is our history, and we lead our generation from the past to future, and this jump will depend on what we will teach them, and taking into consideration their age, taking into consideration their needs, as well as to promote their individual skills. Now we are in 2023. What we give is vector in very harsh conditions, harsh and unpredictable conditions. So we think that our students will live 100 of years, and they will think that something still helped them to move in this life. Some integrated courses are important. This is the history of Ukraine and the history of the world. The history is learned in 10, 11, 12 grade. And the civil education 11, 12. The sample history, I again to reiterate that we turn into thematic topic. The 6 topics are unchangeable. For example, such topic as a human and society on the basis of 11, 12 form, ideology and propaganda, social of Soviet system, misunderstanding of differency, totalitarian regime, 60s, generation of 60s, and the writers and the regime. So we will find inclusiveness here, gender problems, the problem of male and female in the modern society, the rights of the communities, the rights of people with different color of skin, street art, protest art, and you have the term art here. We are thankful to the art trend who actually support us with this topic as you see it. What are the compulsory subject? This is philosophy, politology, sociology, and the history of the world culture. On the basis of the philosophy, we propose to see the problems. What is the essence of a human? What is the happiness? What is the beautifully shaped and what is the ugly shaped? The aesthetic categories and how to perceive the world through the aesthetics. Illustrations, the war and our military man and the art. The war may be illustration as the ugly background. And the educational components in the frames of selected direction, they are self-supported, and this is what our students have. We study the history of propaganda, we study the law cases, we've studied the history of our memory, the history of the techniques, the history of our science, media ABC. It is very important as well when we read journals, magazines, how to work with the historic sources. So the historians may give how to select powers. This is not something distant from us. It depends on everybody. So the civil society, our reality, actually promotes us to learn it at school. Folklore, the source management, the source studies, and history advertising. How to create the historic content properly. We saw it here because many people are interested in history, so it is very good for us to preserve this trend and to understand what is going on. The sample of such course is the history of propaganda. The second topic, the propaganda in different spheres of life, propaganda today, propaganda and policy. This is about us, propaganda and culture, religion problems, discrimination, and propaganda. Ira today asked me whom I would like to be. but I would like to be here, and in future I would like to say that in a couple of years we were invited to read the course in Chernihiv Lyceum or Zhytomyr Lyceum, and when my daughter will grow up, I will ask her probably to Zhytomyr or probably to Chernihiv. You will go, and while living in Kiev, we will think about this possibility to study in properly. Thank you very much. Colleagues, what do you like this? Questions, please. First of all, Tonya, my likes. I like your presentation very much. We have the translation, and we have less of people here, and many parents are here. And I have sister. I like history, but my sister doesn't like history. How to get her interested in history? Thank you. I hated history in school, just hated history in school. I remember the moment when the students come to have their practice, and I just think, oh my God, what may happen that a person may become a historian. The parents get acquainted with Vitaly Vlasov, and he was a professional teacher, and he changed the world, my world. So that was the hint. It is not about the problems. It is not about the way of thinking that we may analyze, we may synthesize, we may generalize. The history told us how people act in different situations. People are experience of less or worse things which are important. The history may give us so this is the way how people act. They were correct people. They were not just heroes from the past, if we view them as the examples from the past. Thank you. Vasil, I have a question as well to you. I would like to say thank you that in this conception there is no idea of war. Otherwise, the history is different. And we have special motivation, especially why I like history. Things do not matter. If we speak about beautiful items, beautiful things, beautiful vases, if the samples are proper, we may get interested in history. History is life, so thank you very much for this science to be active. Thank you for this promotion. Probably some questions more, please. Thank you. The history touches me because I didn't like it at school, but I now envisage her and I would like to learn it. But again, I would like to add and even to ask from the point of view of philosophy, there is past, there is present, and there is future. And I saw in you the past, and But for young people, the most important is what will going on, how to experience, how to move different parts of the future. I hope that this future should be in history. Probably here, because why history? Because we should understand not only what's going on today, but to predict something in future. Thank you for presentation. I will comment shortly on it, that the history, first of all, this is the science about the past. And we learn why people act in this or that situation like that, because it happened that the facts in the history repeated themselves. And some of the elements are the same. And you ask about the types of our activity, which evokes different questions sometimes. So we should analyze and we should create some questions more. Take into consideration the course maps and propaganda. And on the one of the practical tasks, I'm the author of geographic courses, so one of the samples are very practical. There are 8 charts from propaganda. So I didn't understand that they should, who are enemies? They start to analyze maps from the point of view of countries. So we have this integration. So I will be very glad to work. Thank you. Friends, please join the discussion. After lunch, we move ahead. Probably some questions more. Tonya, thank you very much. Let's give a hand to Tonya. Before we finish our event, it is very much important to receive the feedback from you, your side, and you learn about different directions, how it works. So what is your motivation? What do you think? What is your experience? Probably you would like to change something. Say a couple of words. What do you think about such problems? While listening to the version, I start regretting that I wasn't involved in the process in a full. Being as an adult student, it's a very interesting thing. There are different directions which may be involved, and for the pupil, it's a kind of innovation. And the most important fact is for everybody student to find a cup of tea. Not a general item, but a very specific and important item. And this project is very nice. That's why I would like to say thank you to the participants. And I'm very happy to listen to presentation right now. Probably history or Ukrainian language and literature. This is what is connected with me. This is my cup of tea. This is what I like. 70-30 world history and the history of Ukraine. In my opinion, this is perfect. And another question, this is not a good definition, but still, you are humanitarian oriented, right? What is your attitude to natural sciences, to mathematics? What is your attitude to key vector? I understood only 20% of what people speak about, sorry. But for me, this approach will be better not only for other people, but for humanitarians. And if we have this scheme, I will agree that I like such topics. So this is a very good experience for those people who do not understand it in a full. Thank you. So there is a question as to the directors of the lyceums, as of the masters of the lyceums. Mr. Vasil, are there any masters from other locations? Miss Oля, please. Can you raise your hand? Please, the masters of schools, schoolmasters. I know that not all the schools will become lyceums, but for those who are active here, please, your feedback is very important. Next year, we would like to promote communication in different regions. We will go to other region and we will propose the program. We will promote the program. So, what about your promotion of such programs in your locations, please? In your lyceums, who would like to have a floor, please? Mr. Vasil or Oля? First of all, I am the master of the lyceum. I like everything. And I like your approach when the kid knows what he or she would like to have, and to get rid of the things which he or she doesn't like. Into consideration the scope of hours, when the kid may select something he or she likes, and to probably not a good term, but get rid of the topics which he or she find out to be redundant, because he is in or she is in the focus of his or her vector. So working with a mentor, working with a psychologist is a very interesting experience to make your future direction, to find your future direction. As Sophia put it, I am in my direction. I know what I will do in future. So it is very much important from the point of view of this experience of upper schools to upper secondary schools, to add, to update, but to simplify is another term. As I put it, simple mathematics for life. This is what make me interested in. But to take integral course like science, natural sciences, I would like to start it somehow at the basis of my lyceum. The only thing which is important here is our legislation. In this situation, I would like to wish, as the designer, for you and to assist, to promote such approaches, for us to become a vital force from to give us something not only from upper side but from the ground side, to have some influential changes in legislation, to have these rights activated in any lyceum. We will discuss it in different terms, in different ways. I wouldn't like to take your time. Probably there are some questions more to the masters. As to the courses, you are the master of the Lyceum specialized in linguistics, so foreign languages, specialized in foreign languages. In Chernihiv, we try for the Lyceum. We are located in different parts. Every Lyceum proposes for us different activity. People are directed in different languages. I have the bio class, I have the chemical class, and this is a very good experience. Because in Hromadas, for example, it is very complicated to make such a profile lyceum. So I am very much keen on multiply targeted lyceum. For example, they have a very interesting approach as to mathematics or into science, natural sciences. Usually they call such lyceum professional. People know and pupils know that will get more something more they will get that in simple school. We have mathematics in our lyceum, but this is a special section, and we have this background. And my question is whether your teachers are ready to work with such materials. We understand that our future is complicated. This is how we should promote such approaches. We should use such approaches in our life. But how do you feel whether your team is ready to move ahead from the standard system into integrated systems and started teaching it as integrated course? And nobody should say it for sure, but in general, the teachers in mathematics, in physics, the system is overloaded. Such integrated courses are okay for working, but they should be told how to do it. Thank you. Probably some of the masters would like to have a floor. I would like to add that if the will start from 2025, we will settle the question in a simple way. This is the 3-year span or 4-year span. This is how we should get our things ready to start, and then we may provide the part of it which we saw and to change something from what we experienced here. We should get the bias, first of all, in the sphere of the legislation. As about civil education at the 10th board, this is an experience which should be tackled in future with a specific context. Thank you for Mr. Klitschko to present us the deeper mathematics for information technologies. 9 hours, it's not too much. But it's a very good approach. Otherwise, if the basis of IT is weak, it's complicated for the student to become a specialist. For this transmission period, it's complicated again to think about serious things. Taken into consideration your ideas, I would like to reiterate that Ministry of Science work on the on 3 years pilot projects. But imagine the parents who listen that the kids, your kids, will start years from 2025. Then parallelly, they work on the 3 years period bachelor's program. It's a long process. So the alternative is the piloting projects of the upper secondary school started from 3 years, and they will enter the second course of the university. If they study the subjects profoundly, so it's understandable that they cover the first course of the university. So as for the pilot project, as the alternative, it's very good for our legislation. Thank you. The colleagues, and generally the announcement for the whole participants. Today we present the experience of the first level, I would say. This is a great job done, more than 400 pages. We have white nights, that a very great chunk of work, chunk of job. We can't even recreate our feelings, but our future is more perspective. In future, can you turn the slide, please? In future, we'll have more work. This is what we plan to proceed with the project. We didn't manage to have our assessment system and feedback. This is a very serious work. Much time is to be paid to it. So this is what we plan to do next step. This is how to coordinate the vectors of what you heard today. We plan to organize a tower with the curriculum, with the meeting of the directors and the masters of lyceums, with the teachers to explain, to influence them positively as of to changing their vectors. Then licensing. This is what I spoke today about. It is not for public. It is far from being very much academic. But after licensing, this is the task which is to be covered, how to use these booklets, how to use these manuals in future, and it takes time. Next, this is the working out on the materials. The freedom of the teacher is very important. But talking to teachers, we understand that not everybody have the resource to create. The emotional stage is very low because teachers work hard today on their curriculums. So we would like to make the detailed materials and handbooks, because we do not have handbooks which cover such programs. I'm very much skeptical as to the manuals today, because having good methodological aspects covered, we may do without manuals. In order to accept this approach, we should give the ready-made tool, but otherwise we should give the possibility to teachers to develop. So such directions are important. This is the communication, how to communicate the reform, and the masters actually speak today openly. How complicated is it, and how to work with the rejected items. Nobody likes changes. It's complicated, but we should go ahead. And the last points, this is training of the teachers, because without training of the teachers, we can do nothing. We cannot get the results. And the piloting the project. This list, which I show, is much larger than we presented today. What we presented today is the stuff, the work which was covered for the period of 10 months, 6-7 months. But the list is what we do in our time. In future, we believe that we will manage. And by the way, after presenting this approach, the load is not changing, but we propose to change the load 34 hours for 10th grade and 2 hours to be to choose the subject, and then we try to go less. In 12 form, we have the minimal scope of hours. The maximal quantity is 36 hours in 12 form. You may stop at 25 hours, or you may get some interesting subjects within the frames of 36 hours. This is what I would like to accentuate, because we were a bit interrupted. Such load with the increasing of classes, they decrease on the other hand. So we have the finally, we have the scope which we presented today. Probably you have some questions which you would like to additionally put. Something is misunderstood. My team and I will be ready.
Probably just a little bit in front. Maybe I heard from you, or maybe it was during discussion. Somebody from speakers mentioned about selecting the students to the 10th form. How do you see that? Is it going to be some kind of entrance exams? And here also about teachers. When we transform into Lyceum, for example, this is the process about us as well. Will that be the same teachers, or there will be the current ones fired? Which school are you from? Pershetravinsky Lyceum number 2 from Dnipropetrovsk region. We will have one Lyceum. It will be multi-faceted, and this question is very important for us. I already mentioned that, and the same refers to other participants. Historically, it turned out that everyone is supposed to finish the school, the 11th forms. Ukraine gets the first place according to our higher educations, and by the way, second and third higher education. This is the transformation as the country we have to go through. Academical Lyceum is not the place for every child. It cannot be like this. We have to know that the country also needs the people who will rebuild the country of creative industry. It's not about higher education. It's about a lower level college. We will need plumbers, welders, working professions. And there are so many professions, and they could be also quite creative. So this reform of the upper secondary school, it's not only about what Dmytro Zavgorodny, the deputy minister, does. It is expected that after Form 9, there also has to be external independent assessment. It's not subjective in general. There could be some factors, but usually it's very objective. The standard does not specify the passing point that you can enter this or that institution. Now there's a freedom for Lyceum. You can take anyone you want. When we speak about the case of Zhytomyr Lyceum, we can say the minimum entry point, according to 12, has to be at least 8.5, maybe 8, because it's about the level. The students who have quite high level of academic skills and knowledge might go there. So there has to be a threshold for each lyceum. Like humanitarian lyceum gets 8 entry point. You cannot actually get there. Even if we say 8, if you add up all the and divide by the number of the subjects, you will actually get pretty mean result, and everybody can end up there. The recommendation was ours for Zhytomyr city, that we elaborated this case, is actually to get the minimum point can entry. And the entry point is not everything. We understand that there also have to be entrance interview when a child, the family, go to the school, and then they communicate with the team about the expectations from the family, from the child. If we speak about the primary school, it's about what the family decides. But in higher school, it could be different case. It can be about the teenagers who make their own decisions. Because you see, these are unjustified expectations. They can hinder these effective studies. And the question is, will this very institution be able to give proper knowledge to this child? And the second question is about teachers. According to our organizations and according to the policy of recruiting the teachers, when there is already network, has to start 1 year before piloting. There has to be an announcement made that the reform is going on, and also the selection has to be started who would like to work in the Lyceum. There are a lot of them. There are people who work a lot with kids, with somebody with the teenagers, and for example, there are also ones in the high school. That's why our recommendation was to get recruitment separate. Actually, if we speak about these 4 or 5 lyceums, then the base of teachers have to be formed who would like to work in Lyceum. Ideally, it cannot be about just one school. It's quite a popular system. When a teacher of a higher school can actually work in one school, the second, and the third. More than that, they can even have students for different classes. For example, Chinese. It's quite a narrow study, and there could be 3 people in one school, 5 in one, and 2 in the other. They can come for Chinese in one lyceum. This is the practice that we actually saw in Finland, and it's quite widespread. It's a whole system that we actually have to rethink. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Any more questions? Everyone is tired, I guess. All right. I'm so grateful to everyone who came here in the morning. It's almost 5 already, and we hope it was useful. I am so grateful for all the team who organized this, who also were our developers who were not able to deliver the speeches here. For example, Alexandra, who was responsible for art. This is also the guys from PT, Vlad, Sergey. It's also Inna Ulitka, the foreign languages direction. We will have separate discussions by sectors, but unfortunately, time has some limits, and unfortunately, we don't have that enough. It's the first step. We hope there will be more. You see, there are so many of them, so many challenges, but with your help, with those people who believe that high school will be changed, there are so many of us. Thank you so much, and have a good evening.